We're preparing live stream.
And if you're here as an elected or representative of an elective, could you just drop your name in to the chat so we know and don't miss anybody? I know Representative Maloney is here, so we'll get to you in just a moment once we start the meeting. And then do the play.
Okay, we are live.
All right, we are live. This is Community Board 2. Welcome. Thank you for coming to our May full board meeting. We are ready to start. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I will also note that our meeting is live on YouTube, and we archive them all on YouTube as well. So let's just start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Whoops. I pledge allegiance
to the
To
flag
the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for
for which it stands,
one nation,
under
God,
under God,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Well, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. And we have our electeds here. I will tell you, we do have a really crazy schedule. It's going to be our busiest meeting of the entire year. We have bylaw review. We will have four public hearings, one for our transportation committee and 3 for our housing and land use, or rather land use and housing committee. I did it, Lisa. I fixed it. So I ask everybody to be as conscious of our time as possible so that we can have an efficient run meeting and have plenty of time for public comment and discussion on our items to vote on. Without any further delay, I want to jump right in and welcome Representative Carolyn Maloney. And I know you have something you wanted to share with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Maury. I'm really here to hear, and I see a lot of old friends and new ones that people I want to get to know in the community that are on the board now. Very briefly, I know there are 2 questions that are on everyone's minds. One is Ukraine, and the other, of course, is the unprecedented, precedent-breaking Supreme Court decision and vote, which seems that they are galloping towards repealing Roe v. Wade, which I thought was settled law after 50 years of precedent. We are working in Congress to overturn that. On Wednesday, we have already passed a bill that would legalize abortion it would basically write Roe v. Wade into law. In the House, it has been in the Senate for a long time. They are voting on it this Wednesday. We are also calling for the filibuster to be ended in terms of abortion votes that are so important. Personally, I feel that there is no democracy if a woman can't make her own health decisions, her own reproductive choices. And it's extremely important to me. I fought for this right long before I ever became elected or went to Congress. We are also looking at expanding the Supreme Court to make it safer. There is and to more representative. There is a conference call tomorrow, which I'll be part of, and we'll be going back to Washington on next week on this, and I'll keep you posted on really the plan of action. I have my own plans of what I think we should do, but we need to come forward with a unified plan of all the Democrats if we're going to have any impact. On Ukraine, the brutal invasion by Russia, I am proud of how President Biden unified our allies in Asia and in Europe to work as a united force back. We have pledged over $2 billion. I'm having classified briefing on where that dollars are going to aid, where are we spending it, how many weapons do we have over there. It will be classified, but in my committee that I chair, we are having that meeting. We did have one meeting with Zelensky where he addressed Congress, and he was very impressive. And he said, stop the dollars going to Russia. Each one is drenched in the blood of Ukrainians. Close the loopholes. Well, I found my own loophole. It's over $600 billion that we let privately. Over 23 billion are going to Russia now. And my bill would stop that money from going to Russia. You either do business with America or you do business with Russia. Also, in response to COVID, the COVID numbers are going up. I myself had COVID. I thought I had gotten home free, but got it about 2 weeks ago. But after I opened up a vaccination center and testing center at Astoria Houses, one of the most underserved, has a higher death rate than Manhattan and Queens, and a lower vaccination rate than Queens, dramatically lower. So they are a peninsula. Public transportation is hard. They now have their own vaccination and healthcare center to combat COVID. I also funded one at Queensbridge Houses that has been there for a number of years. But I think of all the inequities in life, probably the worst is healthcare. So I'm proud to have brought a healthcare center to two of the most underserved areas in the district that I represent. And personally, I'm working now on one for Ravenswood. I think every public housing development should have a healthcare center, and I'm working to bring one to everyone that I represent. Finally, today I joined a postal carrier and went on his delivery route to see what it's like to be a postal person and do that work. I'm very proud of having authored and passed a bill that 2 weeks ago was signed into law by President Biden at an official big presidential bill signing, which is very rare. It's for transformational legislation. This will put the post office on a firmer financial setting going forward. I worked very hard on it. I'm very proud that I achieved over 120 Republicans in the House that roared through the Senate. It was a bipartisan effort, and it will keep the post office working for all of us. I think through COVID, we saw how important it was to get our medications, our mail, and I'm pleased that this service is now guaranteed under the reforms that I put in place in passing that bill. With that, I yield back to listen to the community. Thank you for having me. I'd be willing to take any questions or answer any questions if you have time, or I'm here to listen, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of time, I'm only going to allow 1 or 2 questions. So first, I'll recognize co-chair of the City Services Committee, Daniel Brecker.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Congresswoman. I'm happy to see that you're healthy. And thank you so much for the work you've done, I know, with the floating hospital and in Queensbridge Houses and Astoria Houses. Last month, Elmhurst Hospital came to speak to us, and they talked about funding they needed to do a lot of initiatives. One of them was a women's health center. And given can you hear me?
Yeah, I was just saying which hospital. It's
Elmhurst Hospital came to speak to the board. And they talked about funding that they needed to do a lot of initiatives. One was a women's health center. Given the I don't know what to call it, the situation with the Supreme Court, and given that we don't actually have reproductive health care or women's health care in this community board or in Western Queens, is there something you could help get funding for, whether it's Elmhurst Hospital or another organization?
By law, I am required to work for the people that I represent. I have people from all over the country that call my office for help, and I direct them to their members of Congress. And I will talk to AOC. Elmhurst is in her district, and she would have to take the lead on that. I would have to be glad to help her, but I could certainly work for the hospitals in the district I represent, which is the floating hospital.
Yeah,
the floating hospital.
It could
Maybe we could work on something there. But I want to be clear, with the Supreme Court decision, it returns the right to determine abortion to the states. And New York is a pro-women's rights, pro-gay rights, pro-abortion rights state. So we are protected in our state. There are 12 states that are so-called trigger states, that the minute they abolish it nationally, it will abolish it in their state. We are not one of them. And then there are 22 states that are designated as no abortion states, that their laws are so restrictive you can't get an abortion there. But we will be what we call a safe haven. We're going to have people from all over the country coming here for the healthcare services that are provided here in our state if they are not provided in their own state. One thing I am working for, mifepristone is an abortion pill. I would like to see that available across the counter so that women that are deprived would still have an alternative.
I think that's.
I would be glad to work for funding for a hospital I represent.
I reason to have more access in our state.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think a women's health center at Floating Hospital would be a great idea. Float it to the hospital first. If they want it, I'll go out and get the money. Okay, thanks.
Now to our Environment, Parks and Recreation Chair and First Vice Chair, Frank Wu.
Hi, Frank. How are you?
Hi, Carolyn. How are you? I just have a quick question. I know just within locally in Long Island City, school capacity has always been an issue, which is more of a local jurisdiction issue. But one of the things that School Construction Authority has been asking about is they said they've been running into roadblocks with Amtrak for the second site, Queens West, which is a federal agency. I don't know if you've heard anything about that or if there's anything you could do. SCA claims they can't build the second school in Long Island City because they're still working with Amtrak on the site, I think.
On what? Amtrak on what? They're still working.
It's on one of the parcels for Queens West.
One of the parks, what?
One of the parcels on Queens West. I guess they need Amtrak.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Queens West is not in my district, but Lorraine Grillo now, is our deputy mayor. I'll call her and see what she thinks about it. And I'll get my office to call Amtrak to find out about it. But I want to raise something if I could. When we got the money, and this is a community board issue and a money issue. When we got money for the Kosciuszko Bridge, 800 million, which was 98% of the money for the bridge, came from the federal government. And part of the agreement was that there would be money to build a park under the bridge. Everybody on the board should go to Brooklyn and see what Brooklyn did under their bridge. They never built it under the bridge on the Queens side. And I think that it's in the Long Island City, it's in this community board's jurisdiction, I believe. And I think that you should put a committee together on what you want to put under it, because the money's there. We've got to get it spent. That was part of the agreement when I got the 800 million, and it's never been done on the Queens side. So I just would respectfully ask the board to look at it. We have money for a bridge under there, and Queens West is in my district right now. Quite frankly, if you're watching what's happening, we don't even know where our districts are, and we don't even know the date of the election. I don't know if you're watching this. It's just crazy. But as the time is, Queens West is in my district. I will call and I guess get back to you or to the chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, the SCA says they can build a school, but they can't because Amtrak runs the trains underneath. So they said they're worried about building the school on top of the tunnel. So they're claiming Amtrak's the obstacle. That's what they're claiming. SCA is.
Well, we got a lot of other places we could build it.
Yeah.
But we've got the money for the park, and we should spend it. If we don't spend it, they're gonna, I don't know, spend it someplace else. So I just wanted to say that's something I'd love to work with you on. We need more green space. I'll find out about this Amtrak thing. If there's a problem there's other places we could build a school. Nothing's more important than education. I do want to briefly say, because this is a community board issue. We got more money than I've ever seen for education in my whole life in the so-called American Rescue Plan. And we put enough money, over $5 billion in, to educate every young person who's 3 years old or 4 years old. So that should be available throughout a community board one and really the whole borough of Queens. And if the schools are not providing it, we have to go into the communities and find the space, because the money is there to educate these young people. It was a massive achievement. It went through the committee that I now chair. I'm proud of that. I'm a former teacher, and I always have a very sharp pencil when it comes to funding for education. But there's a ton of money for Title I schools, and the board should take a look at it and make sure that it's spent. I yield back. Thank you. I'll get back to you.
Thank you so much, and we will follow up. I know our esteemed member and co-chair of transportation and co-chair of our Unhoused and Shelters Committee, Tom Matusas, has been working with Senator Generis's office on the Kosciuszko Park on our side. Very frustrated that we have nothing on our side yet. We will bring that question up again to Mercedes in a few minutes. But we are on top of that, and we agree with you 100% that we need to get that money spent for folks in Queens to have that skate park and other things that we deserve. Thank you again for coming. We really appreciate it. I'm going to move on just in the interest of time. You're always welcome. As you know, you have a place and a home here with CB2. Thank you, Representative. I'm going to call on, I think Daisy is here from Representative Ocasio-Cortez's office.
Yes, I am here.
Maybe we can ask you just to pick up on that last thing that Representative Maloney had mentioned about Elmhurst being in your district and that question that Ms. Brecker had. Do you need us to restate?
No, I did hear what she said. So I know we did just get $3 million for them for the community project funding, but I can surely relay the request and have the Congresswoman and our team look into that request and get back to you.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. And Daisy, I just want to now turn it over to you. You may have a report today.
Yes, I do. Good evening, Community Board 2. My name is Daisy Nunez, and I'm a constituent liaison and field representative for the office of Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. I'm filling in for Daniel tonight, so he will be getting back to you with the response on that. I have a few updates from our team. The first being, okay, sorry. The draft decision on Roe versus Wade released in regards to Supreme Court is devastating news with far-reaching implications that extend beyond reproductive rights to gay marriage and more. The Congresswoman believes that Congress should codify Roe. She also continues to push for an investigation into Justice Clarence Thomas, whose behavior could well merit impeachment from the court. Secondly, on April 20th, we hosted our second in-person town hall of the year in Astoria. The Congresswoman discussed advancements in addressing the climate crisis since the introduction of our Green New Deal resolution. Following our lead, at least 10 local Green New Deals have been introduced in places such as here, New York City, LA, Portland, and New Mexico. With the recent passage of the fiscal year 22 appropriations omnibus, our office secured funding for over 300 students at SUNY Maritime to train for union jobs in wind energy. This is one of the first Green New Deal workforce training programs in the country. To ensure you continue to receive communications from our office, including invitations to town halls, please opt into our newsletter. I will include that link in the chat. Lastly, the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services is providing relief to individuals who could not submit their premium Part A or Part B enrollment or disenrollment requests because they could not get through to the SSA's phone lines after January 1st, 2022. They will be granted an additional time through December 30th, 2022. I will add important links to the chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Just to echo what you said about Roe as well as equal marriage, it's all under threat right now. As someone who is in an equal marriage, it's particularly personal to me. You know, I had the conversation the other day. Are we going to have to go in exile at some point? It is a very, very scary time. If you ever read The Handmaid's Tale, it feels like it's getting more and more real. And I don't mean to get off on a tangent, but we appreciate our representatives sticking up for everyone's rights. So is there any question for Daisy? Okay, thank you so much for coming, Daisy, and thanks for dropping stuff in the chat. I do see that Mercedes from Senator Generis's office is here. Mercedes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. Just again, the update is as everyone knows, that the budget was finally passed at the beginning of the month, as well as the fact that the senator wants me to communicate to everyone that from his end of New York State, he definitely supports women's rights and the rights of everyone to be treated fairly and equally in marriage rights. On his end, not only is he reminding the community of all the legislation he has passed support women's rights and women's issues, he is also moving forward going to make sure that there is funding provided for places like Planned Parenthood and other organizations so they can continue to function and thrive in New York State, and also create New York State as a safe haven for other women from other states who may live in a state that decides to outlaw, the right to make a choice on their bodies. So just wanted to let you know, on a funding front, as well as from a general perspective, when it comes to legislation, the senator is 100% in support of women's rights and issues, as well as any marriage or anyone's rights when it comes to that matter. So I just wanted to make that clear to everyone and know that the state is in support of everyone here in New York State. Is there any other questions? I know you were asking about what was going on under the bridge. I know that Sam from my office has been really diligently trying to follow up on that matter and work with him, work with the city and the state to try to make sure we were able to get some funding to be able to have that happen, because as it was mentioned, Brooklyn.
So Mercedes, may I interrupt, Mercedes?
Yes, you can, Tom. How
Thank
are
you. Thank you so much. So I do want to make sure that you report back to the senator that I have the great and honorable Carolyn Maloney in my corner now. I've been fighting for these parks for 2 years. The funding is there, as the Congress member mentioned. Yes. And while Brooklyn is well appointed, Queens sits with 2 vacant lots. This has got to change. We live on the Queens side in an area where we are part of the 1% of New Yorkers without green space. The kids are there already. They designed a great skater park. What are we doing? It's going to be 5 years. Thank you.
I will just yes, Mercedes, you said that, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate your position. I just want to emphasize that we really, really would be grateful if the senator would actually come to one of our meetings. We've invited him many times. We've had every single one of our representatives come and visit. I've been chair since October or November, not once last year. I know the senator, I respect the senator, I value the senator's contribution to the state and to our community. Please come, Senator Generis, if you're watching or listening, if you're watching the archive, please come. We invite you. We're going to treat you with respect. We just have questions and we want to get answers. We are your constituents and we value your contribution. Please come. Thank you.
The senator definitely hears that. So I'll let him know. Like I said, he's still up in Albany for session. So I'll see if he could come for the month of June.
Yeah, that's fine. We've had representatives dial in remotely. They've dialed in on trains. They've been, we've had folks that were actually in votes in between come. So I respect your position, and it's not a fun place to be, but we would love the member to come, the senator to come. So thank you. Any other questions for Mercedes? Secretary Ross, Dr. Ross?
It's Madam Secretary.
Oh, yes, sorry, Madam Secretary.
Mercedes, I would like to first draw your attention to the fact, I'm sure the senator is aware, but there was a woman in our community who was killed on 48th Street. She was walking across it's a dangerous intersection, and we want to ask DOT to study that, but in a more broad sense, this is the time when legislation is being finalized in the next 13 days, I believe. And a significant component of that is the package of bills called the Crash Victims' Rights and Safety Act. I actually was in Albany yesterday with Families for Safe Streets, and we had a meeting. Well, it was to be with the senator, but we were told he was homesick. And
Unfortunately, yes, he caught COVID, so that's why he wasn't available.
Terrible timing, isn't it? But in any event, especially part of our group was Martha Valenzuela and Sarah. Martha is the mother of Mario Valenzuela, who is the 14-year-old boy who was riding his bike on Borden Ave and was killed. This woman is, she really was very, it took a lot of courage for her to speak up and not used to public speaking. She had legislators literally teary-eyed. But we need action. We need these bills passed. I'm not speaking for the board, obviously, but as a community member, and I'm sure others would agree, we need to move. These are proven things and they keep getting stalled year after year. So please get him to bump it up on the list, make the top 10. Thank you.
I got you. No problem. And if any of you want to meet with the senator, like if you feel like with this legislation piece with the crash issues that have been going on, I could also try to arrange a meeting so that you could speak to him as well as our legislative director specifically with them about this, so that they pay specific attention to that, make sure it's passed.
Thank you. Well, this is the time, the next 13 days. So I hope he gets well fast.
Well, I put my information in the chat, so please email me this discussion we just had, and I'm gonna make sure I follow up with him and let him know like this is a meeting we should have.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mercedes. Okay.
You're welcome.
And I know it's a tough position you're in, so I appreciate you doing it with such diplomacy and agility. Okay, so Farah, are you raising your hand to ask Mercedes something, or just to give your report?
Give the report.
Okay, so I'm recognizing Council Member Julie Wan's office. Farah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for the darkness. We have some things going on in the apartment, but I just wanted to pop in with a few updates. A few weeks ago, our team did a tour of Blissville, and so we got a chance to speak to Tom and Warren, which was amazing. And we have a few updates. I emailed Tom a little bit ago with some updates in regards to some of the concerns. And then in terms of other updates, we do have a few events coming up. We have a Cuny Citizenship Now coming on May 14th. They will be at LaGuardia Community College. So if any community member needs assistance in applying for citizenship, they can come and get services there. They have folks who can speak Spanish, Bangla, and there will also be volunteers who speak Tibetan and Nepali to provide translation services for folks who need assistance with applying for citizenship or information on applying for citizenship. Next up, we have our NILAG bus. We are hoping, so this won't be within the community board's area, but it will be, and it's more in CB1's area, but anybody from CB2 is welcome to come. We are getting folks going to Astoria in Little Bangladesh, so on 36th Ave, to provide legal services for those who need it. This event is open to all. And we had an event last month, which was amazing. We saw over 300 people come between 10 and 3. And so we want to see more people get legal services that they need. Thirdly, we have our RAT Academy program. It's a training for anybody, whether you're a tenant, whether you are a landlord, whether you are a small business owner. This training will help us understand what we can do to not have rats in the area. It's being hosted by the Department of Health. And this training was brought on by a definite need that we were seeing in the office. We kept getting a lot of constituent concerns regarding rats, especially in areas where there are small businesses or construction happening. So we wanted to bring that to the community. It is online, and Maury just shared the link for the Rat Academy. And thank you, Maury, for sharing that. And then there's a few more updates. So the council member introduced a few new bills today. She introduced I don't know much about how to talk about bills, and I apologize for that in advance, but public Wi-Fi access in city buildings, public participation in app development, and a few other things. Secure public Wi-Fi access in city buildings. And this bill would require the Office of Operations and the Department of Information Technology and Telecommunications to establish a program for city agencies to provide Wi-Fi to the public. That's the short bit of it. There's also immigrant wage justice. So this bill would require the city to create an Office of Immigrant Wage Justice that would focus on educating and providing resources and referrals to legal services to individuals and nonprofits that work with immigrant laborers. And then public participation in app development. This would require agencies developing apps to perform user testing with selected target groups before releasing new digital apps. And so those are some of the updates on the legislation side. And then lastly, we'll be doing a COVID. We've been going around the district and going to parks to provide COVID testing kits to folks. And so yesterday we were at Noonan Playground. This week or next week we'll be at Bliss Plaza, so right in front of our office. Weather permitting. If it's raining, we probably won't be out, but if it's not raining, we will be out and providing PPE in forms of COVID tests and hand sanitizers and masks. So I see Tom has a question.
Thank you, and thank you, Farah. Thank you to you and Isaac for coming and visiting Blissville. We definitely appreciated that very much. Thank you for responding to me just now. And while I agree with you and the NYPD that enforcement can help with the incidents and traffic violations we're having, I would also encourage us to look at traffic calming measures as well. An outstanding item that I'm still looking for the council member to respond on are our shelters in Blissville, and the fact that we have been saturated with shelters from 2018. Congressmember Maloney is very aware of it. She wrote a letter on our behalf many years ago. Congressmember, those are the same shelters are there that you visited in 2018. They're getting more and more dangerous. We need action. Our shelter residents, our veterans should not live the way they live. Thank you. And finally, the last item is a call for green space. Again, we're 1% of New York City that is without green space. If we're good enough to house over 500 of our most vulnerable and the residents of Blissville deserve green space. Thank you, Farah.
Yeah, no, I want to provide a little bit of an update on that. Unfortunately, Isaac is out sick, and he was the one who was going to follow up on the green space and the traffic safety measures. I know that he and our legislative director had met with Councilmember Krishnan, who oversees the Committee on Parks. And so when he is back, I'll ask him to provide an update to you on that. And he's also the one who's reaching out to DOT in regards to the traffic calming measures. And so I know he'll have an update for you on that as well. And then I know we had discussed the shelter. Councilmember 1 is planning on going on a shelter tour. We had to reschedule it due to a conflict in the commissioner's schedule. And so we are planning to go on one, and we'll have more of an update for you once we go on there. And I'll touch base with you in regards to any concerns that you want to further elaborate on. I know we had spoken about them 2 weeks ago when we visited.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? No, okay. I think we have one other representative here. Tara, are you still here from DA Katz's office? Tara?
Yes, I am. I am here.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening. It's good to see everyone. And this is my first meeting here. We had a little change within our office and within the Community Partnership Division. So I will be, well, I know you have one other meeting coming, but you know, we have a program where we have a representative at all of your meetings. So I'll be here for this meeting, and if you have a June meeting, I'll be here. I'll be at your June meeting. But I just wanted to say that I just want to provide some details from the office of Queens District Attorney Melinda Katz, and we are now in May. And first of all, we like to wish everyone happy Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month and a happy Jewish American Heritage Month as well. Please save the date. We'll be having a AAPI month event on the 24th. And also during the month of May, we also have the privilege of thanking our servicemen and women for protecting our nation's freedoms. DA Katz will be hosting a Memorial Day ceremony at Elmhurst Park on May 26th at 11 a.m. And we'll have more details for both events, and I can email you a flyer. I'll email the community board a flyer for the event. And that's pretty much that we have going on coming up. But I would also like to take the opportunity to provide some updates on what our office has been doing up to and during the month of April. Just last week, our office commemorated National Crime Victims' Rights Week. That's a time dedicated to supporting and empowering victims of crime and their loved ones. And seeking on justice on behalf of the victims of crime is at the heart and center of our work. And we have a dedicated crime victims' rights program. And should anybody need to get in touch with that program, the number is 718-286-6812. And that program helps victims of crime navigate an emotional and stressful time in their lives. So as I've said the DA has said time and time again, you can reach out to our office, and if you ever require assistance or if you feel you've been a victim of a crime, we are always here to help. I also like to touch base on the issue of gun violence in our county. The district attorney was proud and excited to hear of the new federal regulations concerning ghost guns issued by President Joe Biden last month. And coupled with 2 state legislation signed into law by Governor Hochul earlier this year. These new laws will now allow our office to hold accountable scores of individuals who previously would have been avoided prosecution for the manufacture and possessions of illegal ghost guns and their component parts. As you may know, ghost guns are personally manufactured weapons which are assembled by purchasing parts online. And they are also being increasingly recovered at crime scenes in Queens and throughout the city. Although these ghost guns have gone unregulated for quite some time, the new laws on the books will now provide reasonable restrictions, helping to save lives. You know, prosecution is not the only way our office is tackling this problem. We also continue to enlist the help of the public by sponsoring gun buybacks. Last month, we held the 6th gun buyback since DA Katz took office. And altogether, we have taken 335 operable weapons off the streets of Queens, with each of those guns representing a potential tragedy averted. And lastly, as part of our continued effort to keep the public informed of trending criminal activity, I want to let you know that we have been seeing an uptick in theft involving personal vehicles, cars that are left unrunning or unattended, and most at risk, especially during the food pickups. For this reason, we strongly urge everyone to never leave your keys or key fobs inside the car. Never leave your car running, even if you're stepping out just for a second. And take time to close and lock all windows and doors when you're parked, and park in well-lit, well-trafficked areas whenever possible. And never leave valuables in your vehicles, especially if they can be seen from outside. And thank you for having me on this evening. And please let me know if you have any questions. And I can leave my information in the chat.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, Tara Chester. Thank you for coming. Thank you for representing DA Katz's office. We hope to see you next month at our meeting. We're first Thursdays of every month. So thanks again for coming, and welcome to your first meeting with us.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I thank you. And I just want to circle back. Farah, you have something to update with us, right?
Yes. I want to revise it because I accidentally read the wrong things. It's been a really long day. We're running a very small ship today because a lot of people are out sick with COVID. To give you an idea, there's only 3 of us who can work. And so let me just pull that up. So the 3 bills that the council member actually introduced, they were adopted from former council members Rosenthal and Kalos, who served as chair of contracts committee before her. Intro 299 is on the passport program, or the passport application, asking prospective city vendors to voluntarily disclose gender and race of their directors and senior executives. This data helps understand who leads the organizations that they work with to execute the city's goals and help work towards a more equitable leadership in the organizations that they contract with. Intro 300 would require the Commissioner of Investigation to appoint a special inspector to monitor the emergency procurement contracts entered into by the city in response to COVID-19. This would mean that the special inspector would report about each contract, review contracts to identify monitoring and integrity deficiencies, and make recommendations for remedying the deficiencies, all in real time. And then lastly, Intro 301 would apply to a contractor in a city agency or the council that are parties to city contract valued in excess of $100,000, and would establish standards for conflicts of interest that may arise as a result of entering into contracts with these organizations. And so, yeah, those are the actual pieces of legislation that the council member introduced, not what I mentioned before. And so if you can amend that in the notes as well, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary, did you catch that?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. All right. Okie dokie. So let's see here. We thank you for that update. And I now want to recognize Craig. Craig, you're here from Councilmember Holden's office, right? Where are you, Craig?
Yes, thank you everybody for having me. I understand DOT is going to be presenting today on some traffic changes. So I do want to let everyone know that Councilmember Holden is supportive of change of the 63rd Street from Laurel Hill Boulevard to 50th Avenue, one-way northbound. I believe DOT is going to be making that recommendation today, and Councilmember Holden is in support of that. A few years back, when Councilmember was campaigning, we're going, I want to say back to 2017. There did seem to be an incredible amount of traffic traveling on 63rd Street. So we're supportive of these changes that DOT will be recommending today. And then separate from that issue, the There was 2 stated back to back, meaning when everyone votes, as the representative from Councilmember Wan's office was just saying. Councilmember Holden introduced several bills. I think it's close to probably close to 20 bills. Several of them were from last year. A lot of quality of life issues. A lot of bills are trying to get out front in terms of noise. If you remember last year, the past 2 summers, really, there's a ton of noise coming from cars with giant speakers on them in the middle of the night. So a lot of bills trying to address issues like that, and several others as well. Some big picture bills, including a bill that would require 2/3 vote in the council to raise any taxes in the city. I won't go through all the bills now, since, like I said, I think they're close to about 20 in the past 2 weeks. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask or reach out to our office. Additionally, there's just also a few events coming up on Wednesday, May 18th. Now, this is by appointment only, so please call our office. A free carotid artery. So basically, if you think you're at risk for a stroke, it's a free screening for that. That's going to be May 18th, 6416 Clinton Avenue. That's in Maspeth. The address again, 6416 Clinton Avenue. Please call our office to make an appointment ahead of time for that. It's on our Facebook page, but nevertheless, give our office a call. And then also there's a community Mother's Day event on Thursday, May 12th from 4 to 6 p.m. This is on the Uncle Vito Marizano Glendale Playground on Central Avenue between 70th and 71st Street. So they're going to be giving out, we did this last year, we get a plant from Home Depot, you get the soil, the pot, and it's so kids can, basically plant flowers with their mother. Very popular. We did this last year at Juniper. We're doing it this year in Glendale. So again, check out our social media or just call our office if you need any more details. That's all I got. And thank you for the time. Standing by if you need if you have any questions.
Thank you, Craig. And you're going to drop everything in there, right?
Of course. It'll all be in the chat.
Yeah, great. Fantastic. Thanks for coming. It was good to see you.
Thanks a lot. You guys as well.
Thank you. It's always good to see you coming. I just want to, I just got a note to remind people, if anyone from the community, from the public is here to speak about any of the presentations, whether it's for land use and housing, or if it's for the DOT change, sign up. We have sign up for public comment, but we also have sign up for these specific public hearings, and you'll be able to speak right after those presentations. Anatole just dropped the link into the chat. We were missing the DOT one, so it's been updated. So if you haven't and you want to speak on the change that DOT is going to be presenting, that Craig just mentioned, that Councilmember Holden supports, the 51st Avenue, 63rd Street conversion, that is now on there. Also, there's it's been brought to my attention, there's someone in the participants list by the name of administrator, which can get really confusing for folks because it's not one of our anyone from our office or our online administrator. I changed your name to not administrator, but we've asked you a few times in the chat and directly to identify yourself so we understand who you are and make sure you're properly named. So could you please send a private message? Otherwise, the office will have to eject you. And we don't want to have to do that. Okay, so I think is Khalil here from the Borough President's office, or is someone here from the Borough President's office? I know Khalil was going to be coming. They had an event and he was going to be coming. Anyone from Borough President's office? I guess not. If they come, we can circle back. Okay. So if there's not anyone else that is an elected or representative of an elected here to speak, we will move on to our public comments and public hearing section of our meeting. So we will start with the public comments. This is for anyone who has signed up on the link that Anatole has posted out there. This is the order of our list. You get 2 minutes to speak, and we ask you to please keep to those 2 minutes. Debbie I'm going to try to see if this is going to work. I'm going to try to set up my timer and see if it works. And Debbie will be my backup just in case this doesn't work. But Gil, you're the first person. Are you ready? Is Gil here? Gil? Who's the next person?
Just to say, I know Gil Lopez, so I can nudge him on the other side.
Well, we'll just circle back to him when he gets in. You can let him know and to come back. We'll just skip and we'll go to Lisa. Lisa, are you here? Lisa Gorin?
Yes, I'm here.
Know when you're ready.
I'm ready, yeah. So hello, everyone. My name is Lisa Gorin, and as a decades-long resident of Long Island City and a member of Long Island City Coalition, I am requesting that CB2 reject the BS application for a height, density, and use variance to the property at 4540 Vernon Boulevard. The 6 variances requested unquestionably alter the essential character of the neighborhood, in particular, the low-rise character of Vernon Boulevard. If approved, they will set a new height and bulk standard along the neighborhood's main thoroughfare and undermine what the city and community have worked so hard to do, which is preserve the special Hunters Point district zoning that clearly demarcates the high-rise towers to the west of 5th Street from the low-rise community to the east. Granting this application will obliterate that height distinction, override zoning for this one parcel, and set a precedent that opens the door to other applications. Second, no spot zone variance should be granted to any constituent property of the 28-acre Annabelle Basin site, which, because it is at the lowest point of the Hunters Point floodplain, must be a part of a comprehensive resiliency plan. Spot measures, like erecting a wall behind the building, will 1, not hold back floodwaters, and 2, would push water to the surrounding area. And as a reminder, CB2 rejected your LIC's proposal in part because it failed to provide a convincing resiliency plan. Last, if spot zoning is approved by the BSA, there will be no opportunity for CB2 to negotiate open space needs, resiliency needs, the building's carbon footprint, or affordability. This building has no affordable housing. It is 100% luxury, and there must be due process and community input on these matters. I just had one, just ask that CB2 reject the application and please send expert testimony to the BSA hearing in June. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming, Lisa. Please don't be a stranger. You're always welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Quick point of information or organization. So we're gonna, I know it's confusing because we have so many votes today and so many public hearings as well as our public comment. So for the first bit here, our public comment is going to be for any comments that have nothing to do with any of the votes. And then after the presentations, we'll have public comment for each one. And that's my fault. I didn't make that clear. I apologize. So I'll just try to see if we, Anatole, Angel Hart, is that the next person who has a general comment?
Yep.
Okay.
Hello.
Angel Hart, thank you.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Great. Yeah, so I'll start. I am Angel. I'm from the Long Island City Business Improvement District and the Long Island City Partnership. I'll be super quick. I don't think I'll use the whole 2 minutes, but just wanted to come to notify people about our LIC Springs event that is happening on June 18th this summer. It's our community block festival celebrating Long Island City. We'll have live music, dance, performances, interactive lessons, art, fitness classes, outdoor dining, anything you could think of. We really want to get the word out there to the community, but also to any organizations or businesses that would like to participate. Our participation form is still open, and we'd like to get that finalized in the next couple of weeks so we can finish up our everything for the event. So yeah, you can reach out to me. You can find information at our website at lacqns.com. It also is Teachers Appreciation Week. So thank you to all the teachers out there. And we have a lot of promotions from around the community that are offering promotions and discounts and free stuff for teachers this week. So check out our website for that as well. That's all for me.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Who is next up? Oh, Madeline. Madeline, are you here? Jay O'Boyle? Jay, are you here? Jay O'Boyle? Aileen? Aileen Nielsen, are you here? Suddenly I feel like nobody can hear me.
Hello, I'm here, but I didn't think it was my time on the queue, and this is not a convenient time for me to speak. I had about 10 people ahead of me. So,
Maureen, she's here for the landmark application.
Right, but since I'm here, I also wanted to take a, okay, you know what? I'll just say my comment. I'm walking to get a coffee because I'm starving, but I'll just say it.
Before you start, I just want to make sure, if you're here to talk about one of the things we're voting on tonight or the public hearings, save that for later. If you want to make a public comment that has nothing to do with any of the things we're voting on, now's the time to do that. And you're welcome to speak.
So that was what I was hoping to do, is make a comment that has nothing to do with my LDC application.
Okay, great, perfect. Do that now.
Okay, just because I'm here. So thank you for the opportunity. I live on 49th Street, just off Skillman Avenue. I am an avid cyclist and runner. I feel strongly about making the street safe for pedestrians. But the 39th Avenue changes have made my life absolute hell. My father is disabled. When I need to drive him home to 52nd Street, what used to be a 1-minute drive is now a 12-minute drive because of the tortured route I need to take. So that's my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very quick, very efficient. We appreciate it. And thank you for making that comment and giving us your perspective. It's important, and we encourage you to keep coming to our meetings and bringing up these issues that are important to you. Okay, I am looking to see, do we have anyone else for public comment, for general public comment?
No more for general public comment, but oh, sorry, Maria Bravo just sent up.
Oh, okay, great. And I also just noticed that we have a public comment request. Is Jonah here from Sunnyside Community Services?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I missed you. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's not your fault. First of all, if you are free on Saturday, you want to come to a wonderful concert at our center. You have to be masked, but it'll be jazz and classical music. You can go to Eventbrite, and I'll put the information up in the chat. I want to mention to you that in Parcel C, the TF Cornerstone building on the waterfront, we are finally opening our new center that will serve caregivers. So if anybody's caring for somebody and needs the supports, they've always gotten them at 39th Street. We're bringing those operations now to Long Island City on the waterfront as well. And we're opening an employment training center. The services that we provide at 39th Street in Sunnyside will happen there as well. Robust training for home health aides. So it's it'll be a boon for the economy and for the community and for the services people need. We welcome all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonah. You're going to drop that stuff in the chat, hopefully?
Will do.
Thank you. All right, that's wonderful. All right, I see Gil is back. Can I recognize Gil, please? I think you are here you wanted to talk for a couple of minutes, yeah?
Yes, hello. Thank you. I have a comment. You can hear me? So I have two sites that I wanted to talk about that are adjacent to the Newtown Creek Dutch Kills. The first is on the corner of 29th Street, across from LaGuardia Community College and adjacent to the Long Island City Community Roots Garden. That corner is owned by the MTA, a public benefit corporation, but it has been used by a concrete plant to park their trucks on for over a decade. There are various public and community groups that would like this land to be used for public benefit and not private parking. Another piece of property adjacent to the Dutch Kill again is under the Long Island Expressway at the Borden Avenue street end. The Borden Avenue street end itself is an informal skate park, which is excellent, wonderful, love it. Underneath the expressway, there is actually DOT property that has been used by various private organizations, companies to park their trucks. Those organizations have been just dumping trash and leftovers from any jobs. One of them actually got fined for dumping thousands of gallons of waste oil into the creek back in several years ago, and they still operate on site. One of my friends has witnessed them doing illegal transfers of oil, and there are community groups that would also like to use this site for public benefit. I just wanted to bring these to the attention of the community board, and as we move forward, we're actually going to have a cleanup, the Newtown Creek Alliance and the Riverkeeper sweep on Saturday at the Borden Avenue street end site. It's going to be raining. We're going to do it anyway. Everybody's welcome to join us. And that's all I got. I just wanted to bring these to your attention. Thank you.
Thanks, Gil. Thank you. I appreciate that, Gil. And I also wanted to mention the Newtown Creek Alliance and our letter of support about the 29th Street bulkhead collapse are up on our website. I dropped a link to the chat if anybody's interested in that. And also, I think that's our timer going off. Okay, and
I was going to say, Gil presented to the environmental committee, so we actually have some great notes from that presentation and actual visuals of the site and the more context, right, for those interested in that. So I mean, he had a great presentation for the environmental committee. I think we can post up too.
Oh, that would be great if we could post that presentation up on the website. That would be a great. Maybe we can put that under on the website under the committees. Under the environmental committee.
They actually cleaned up a Hummer. There was a Hummer abandoned there. They actually had to dispose and clean up a Hummer.
Wow. Thanks, Frank. That's crazy. And just to follow up, Gil, will you please, anytime you have events or things you want to let people know in the community, just send an email to the QN02 email address and put in the subject for newsletter, and then we'll make sure our new email newsletter it'll get included if it's you know, on schedule with the calendar for our newsletter. And for those, this is a great time. I can plug the newsletter. If you don't know about the newsletter, we're launching a new digital newsletter next week. It'll be modest for the first issue, but we're going to grow it. Please sign up for our email newsletter. You can do it at our website, and we can also drop a link to sign up on it right now in the chat. All right, who is next? I'm missing somebody, I think. There was someone else that wanted to speak for general, right?
Oh, hi. Hi, everyone. I want to bring to this meeting a concern I have about a store that sells products for adults and is located in Sunnyside in 4702 Queens Boulevard and is near a pre-K. And I know that is a law stating that this type of stores cannot be less than 500 feet away from a school. And this store specifically is 300 feet away from a pre-K that is called Little Friends. And it in their windows, they have an exhibition of mannequins that I think it's not allowed for kids to see. That is my concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming and for bringing us your concern. I don't know, this would be something for the City Services Committee, I think, to address, right, Debbie? Has there been issues on this before?
I think the young lady was talking about a costume shop that sells, let's say, avant-garde clothing and costumes. I believe that she's talking about. To my knowledge, there's no law as to where they can be. They're not a topless club, which are, 500 footed. They don't have an alcohol license. I don't know that there's any law about where they can open up or whether they can open up inside a school. I'll look into it. That's all I can tell you, Maury.
Yeah, I think she may be referring to Romantic Depot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, okay. Thank you for coming and voicing your thoughts on that.
Thank you.
Gil, do you still have your hand up, or was that from before?
That was from before. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Anybody else? Whoops, I just lost my notes here for a second. Bear with me a moment, folks. I think that's it. That's all we have for general comments.
Excuse me, would you just tell me the name of the person who just provided the public comment about Romantic Depot?
I believe that's Maria Bravo, right, Anatole?
Yep.
Yeah, was that yes?
Yep. Yes, yes.
Yes.
Maria Bravo, it's in the chat.
Bravo.
B-R-A-V-O.
Thank you.
That's just for the minutes, Maria. All right, thank you, everyone. Okay, I think we're done with our general public comments. So we can start our public hearings and start with our DOT presentation according to our agenda. Is DOT here?
Yes, they are. Greta?
Hello, Greta.
Everyone, this is Greta from DOT. We have a presentation that we did at the Transportation Committee last month, and we were asked to come to the full board, so here we are. I'm gonna pass it on to my colleague, Bhavin Patel, who will be doing the presentation on the one-way conversions, and he works for our Transportation Engineering and Planning Unit. Bhavin, go ahead and start sharing. I think Debbie already gave you sharing capacity.
Okay, sharing privileges. You have sharing privileges.
Okay, thank you, Debbie.
We just ask that people hold questions to the end. It's a very short presentation, so we'll get through it and then we're happy to answer questions. Bhavin, can you put it in presentation mode so that it shows the entire screen?
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bhavin Patel. Again, I'm from the city's DOT's Office of Transportation and Planning, and I'm here to present to you proposals for 51st Avenue and 63rd Street. So just a little quick background. In May of 2017, we had been requested by Community Board 2 and residents along 50th Avenue to do a study to see if that can be changed into a one-way. And after the study was completed in August 2019, we implemented a one-way westbound conversion of 50th Avenue from 65th Place to 60th Street. Then in May 2021, again, on the residents, CB2 requested a study be conducted on 51st Avenue to convert that street to a one-way also. And while we were in the process of looking at that, we got an additional request from CB2 on behalf of the residents on 63rd Street to see if that street can be reversed from a southbound to a northbound operation. So the two locations that we looked at are the two rectangle dotted red rectangles. So just to give everyone kind of an idea of what the conditions are existing, 51st Avenue is a two-way street currently with parking on both sides. It's 30 feet wide and residential street. There's obviously issue with opposing vehicles due to the narrow street. So we're in instances where vehicles have to pull over to the side to let another vehicle pass. At times, mirrors of parked or moving vehicles are clipped, so resulting in side swipes. 63rd Street is a one-way southbound from Laurel Hill to Tyler Avenue. It's also mainly residential, except at the corner of Laurel Hill. On the southeast corner is Little Bush Park, and on the southwest corner there's a laundromat. This street in particular experiences quite a bit amount of cut-through volume that comes off of Laurel Hill, accessing points south. So just to, based on when we conducted the study, we did field observations, but based on that, we also wanted to collect some data to see if what we were seeing was not a rare occurrence, but also continuing occurrence. So we collected data to see what the volumes were on 63rd and 51st Avenue. So just following the first circle where I'm circling the cursor at represents the traffic that turns onto 63rd Street from Laurel Hill. So in the morning time, it's 157 vehicles. In the evening, it's a little bit more at 254 vehicles. The 11 and 4 represent trucks. And there is posted signage at that intersection that prohibits trucks to use 63rd Street unless they're making local deliveries. As that traffic continues down 63rd Street at 51st Avenue, as you can see, majority of it turns left to go east onto 51st Avenue in the evening, and there's quite a bit amount that still continues on towards Tyler Avenue. One important thing to note is the traffic that's actually on 51st Avenue is quite low. The ones that are going westbound in the morning, it's 11 and 13 respectively, and the eastbound is 12 and 16. So again, this goes back to 63rd Street being more as a cut-through traffic than anything else. Then this other circle shows what the traffic does at 51st Avenue and 65th. Majority of it continues eastbound in the PM, and some of it also turns to right, going to, as I mentioned, points south towards Maspeth. So based on those observations and the data collection, we're proposing some changes to obviously curtail the cut-through traffic that's occurring right now. So we're proposing to reverse 63rd Street to a one-way northbound from 50 Avenue to Laurel Hill Boulevard. That's this right here, this segment, one block. This would prevent the eastbound cut-through traffic that's currently using to go south. And this would also reduce the volumes that are existing on 63rd as well as 51st Avenue. The other street that we're proposing to convert into a one-way northbound is 65th Street between 48th Avenue and Laurel Hill Boulevard, which is this little block right here. This is being proposed just to prevent the vehicles from using the next alternate street, which would be 65th Street. So traffic would be forced to use 65th Place, which is obviously a major arterial that vehicles should be using instead of the residential streets. We would maintain 51st Avenue as a two-way as it is right now. And the reason being that with the reduction in cut-through traffic, the volumes that would be existing would not be an issue to maintain two-way safe and efficient traffic. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. First, we're going to open this up, I think, to board members to ask questions, right? I've got that right. Stephen.
Okay, I live in Sunnyside Gardens. What you do doesn't bother me particularly much, but I'm looking at a situation. We just had someone from the community speak a few minutes ago about a 1-minute trip becoming a 12-minute trip. So I'd just like to, looking at the map, tell me if I'm wrong, but if I'm located on 63rd Street between 50th Avenue and Laurel Hill Boulevard, and I wanted to go to a place a block away, as an example, 64th Street between 50th Avenue and Laurel Hill Boulevard, if I'm reading your map correctly, I'd have to go from Laurel Hill Boulevard and head west. I'm not sure whether it's all the way to the Midtown Tunnel or not, in order to come back to, I guess, well, actually, I don't see any way of getting back there. Is there a way of getting back there, or is this something that they'd have to pay a toll?
No, so you would travel eastbound on Laurel Hill Boulevard, make a right at 65th Place.
That arrow is showing the opposite direction. Am I incorrect?
I missed that. What did you say?
The arrow on 65th Place seems to be pointing north. It's
No,
actually
it's
a two-way
a
street.
two-way, 65th.
It's a two-way, okay.
Two-way.
So they could then come around to 50th Avenue and get there. So instead of going 1 block, they'd have to go about 8 blocks. Okay. All right.
Yep, I would say to you, Steve, I have my dad lives on 63rd, and he won't mind doing that. It would be better than, I know, I'm just saying it would be better than having the 300 cars coming down the street just to go through your neighborhood and past a children's playground.
I'm sure it's, I mean, despite all the complaints I had in Sunnyside Gardens, there is definitely much quieter. I can't argue that. Okay. I'm just trying to avoid a problem because I want to make sure that if there are problems, they get reviewed more promptly than I've seen in the past. So I thought I saw one here. I'm glad there's an easier way out. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else from the board?
Yeah, I have a question for DOT. So I actually live right around here, so I intimately know how this is anticipated to have an impact. But my question is, have we looked at the traffic and the backup on Laurel Hill Boulevard and the exit on 278?
Yeah, so we did collect data at this intersection at Laurel Hill and that. And then we modeled what the impact would be with this rerouted traffic. And there is no major impact as far as congestion wise from what it is currently. One of the changes that we will be doing at this intersection is, if you're familiar with it right now, it's like 2 left lanes to turn onto northbound, and then there's just really 1 wide lane that goes straight and you can make a right turn. So we'll be restriping that to where it'll be 2 left lanes, 1 through and 1 right, just to better organize the movement.
No, thank you. I was actually speaking about the other, in the other direction on 61st Street. That gets really backed up, and I could see that getting turned around on Laurel Hill as well.
Oh, at this intersection at 61st and Laurel Hill?
Yes.
I mean, from the existing conditions right now, we don't anticipate that the queuing would occur to the extent from, because the next signal is at 65th Place, right? So we don't anticipate that that would have an impact on 61st, just based on the distance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ben, did you have a question?
Not necessarily a question, but rather a more general comment. We're looking at a grid of 12 blocks or so, and there is a first very short comment. I'm not sure why someone would decide to drive for 1 block, but that comment apart, the problem is just looking at the grid so tinily, there are some larger problems that we may not be able to see. And I think it underlines a huge problem, which is overall, we don't have enough alternative transportation choices. So there is so many people who decide to drive to do trips, which should be done in public transportation or other modes of transportation, really. And so I think, again, I'm new here, so I'm sorry if I'm going out of the bound, but I think when we see this data, it's really difficult to make an informed decision because the study is in such a tiny little area. And so there are problems that we may not foresee because of just seeing that tiny little grid. So that's not really a question, that's just a general comment here. Thank you.
Just to kind of maybe elaborate or piggyback on Ben's comment, what with this, maybe what Ben talks about addresses a little bit of Steve's concerns as well. Like if we're focused on such a small area, we can't foresee a bigger problem. Was it looked at, or was there more to than what we're seeing in the presentation that was analyzed?
Well, we looked at this, I guess you would call it like a mini area-wide study where we looked at all the intersections as far as safety-wise, crash data, and volumes. So I don't know if that answers your question.
And also, and to add to my colleague's comment, the concerns and the requests came from very hyper-local perspective, right? It was like from residents who are on 63rd, residents who are on 50th Avenue, residents who are on 51st Avenue, who have sent many letters to Debbie at the community board. As the council member even spoke in favor of like 63rd, this has been like an ongoing issue where the support here and the request for DOT has been to how to make these residential local streets remain more local and avoid cut through traffic. So that's what this plan is doing, and that's the purpose and what we're presenting here. So I just want to like draw us back to the purpose of the plan is to, you know, prevent cut through traffic to these local streets. And we are also presenting based on the data that it would have like minimal impact on, you know, adding more traffic or backups on like the other major streets.
Thanks, Greta. I'm going to hand it over to Caroline and then Mary. But before that, I just want to make the comment that I guess, and I understand and appreciate that this is hyper localized, and I know that it's been a big issue for a while. Some of our board members have talked about it. It's been over a year. I guess my big overall question is, you know, if you make the change and we go forward, but then something is discovered once it's in place in 6 months or 2 years or whatever, and it's affecting other folks in the surrounding blocks, and then they get upset and start saying, hey, we want this, are we then, you know, playing whack-a-mole, and every time somebody's having an issue, we're just, without looking at a big overall picture? That's my concern, and that's not really a question.
No, I understand what you mean. And I think when it comes, we're doing 2 residential minor street blocks. When it comes to like doing major transportation changes, like in large corridors, I totally take your point, right? Like if we were talking about Laurel Hill Boulevard, then we would have to be doing like a massive study, right? If we were talking about Queens Boulevard too, like the projects that we've done there, it's like a very all-encompassing massive study. From the perspective here has been just for these like small residential local streets, and the ask was, can you please not have cut through traffic on our neighborhood? And also we have very narrow streets and we're having side swipes and it's dangerous and our vehicles are getting also damaged. How can we solve this issue? So that's what we're responding to in this case.
Thanks, Greta. Caroline.
Hi. As part of this, are there any traffic calming adjustments being made to Laurel Hill Boulevard? I feel like with cars going straight through to 65th Place, it's a recipe for it just being like a speedway down. Are there any stop signs or lights, even though those often get ignored in that situation? I just want to know if there are any traffic calming measures being added to Laurel Hill Boulevard.
I'll let my colleague Bavin speak to that. As he mentioned previously, some new changes that we're going to be adding to Laurel Hill Boulevard. And I believe, Bavin, you said at 65th Place. for Laurel Hill Boulevard, we are definitely open to discussing what other traffic calming changes to do there, and that would be a little bit different than the one-way conversions. So I'm going to put my email in the chat, and feel free to email me. But Bhavin, go ahead and touch point on what you shared previously.
Yeah, so one of the changes that, as I mentioned prior, is we're going to restripe the lanes approaching 65th Place. Currently, it's 3 lanes. So where the right lane, where you can go straight or make a right, it's extremely wide, so it kind of encourages vehicles to take that light, at a higher rate of speed. So one of the things we're going to do is split that lane into 2 lanes, where it's going to be 1 through and 1 right, which will obviously reduce the roadway width. As far as any sort of traffic controls along Laurel Hill in this segment, that's something we can certainly look at. We did not look at it as part of this study. Normally with any sort of traffic control, you want the highest volumes possible. So with the redirecting of the traffic volumes that will occur from this cut through traffic, it would be beneficial to look at it after than before. Because like I said, more traffic, the chances are you meet the warrants for that signals or stop control.
Thank you.
Mary?
So I think it's great to cut down the cut through traffic. I imagine a lot of that cut through traffic would be commercial, large trucks and that sort of thing. My concern is in the event that the person that lives at the corner of 60th and 50th Avenue, who needs an ambulance to get to them or another emergency vehicle, that emergency vehicle now has to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks, 10, basically an additional 8 blocks to get to them. So has anything been looked at as far as the timing for emergency vehicles? And also what type of air quality studies have been done with the reduction of large trucks going through these areas that the air quality would improve? So, I mean, it's like a double-edged sword, right? So I just want to kind of get a sense of both the environmental benefits and as well as the emergency vehicle access to people that live at the very end of 61st or 60th, between 61st and 60th Street.
So this project does get vetted through FDNY and NYPD. They are made aware of these proposals. And also emergency vehicles are allowed to go in the wrong direction when it's an emergency using lights and sirens. So that's something that obviously comes into play. As far as air quality study, obviously we didn't do a study for this project, but like Greta mentioned, it was not a major transportation study that was conducted, more like data collection. And also, initially there were complaints that there is a lot of truck traffic that does use 63rd Street. Based on the overall volumes that were collected, it wasn't as much as that we had even anticipated. As I mentioned, this is the peak hour totals. So 11 in the morning and 4 in the evening. So it's substantially lower than what we had thought. So majority of the trucks are still staying on Laurel Hill, and that's also based on observation. So I hope that answers your question.
Great, thank you. Anatole.
A question and I guess a reminder question, please, and a quick idea I had. So as far as the process goes, this was requested. Remind me again, via what process was it requested by the residents there? Or just to confirm, it's the residents that have requested this, right?
Correct. Batman, you can go back to that slide where it introduces the project. And Debbie, feel free to also speak to all the requests you have gotten about this.
Got it. Well, that's that's the project volume slide. Got it. Great. Yeah. So, yeah. I feel that, you know, if this is the residents themselves asking for this repeatedly over years, and, you know, who are we to say no? But also, just bold idea, throwing it out there. 48th Avenue and 65th Street, turn that into an open street. I'm sure that would calm some traffic. But yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you, Anatole. Tom and then Steve.
Thank you. So just I didn't hear mention that any truck traffic on 63rd is too much because it's illegal to have truck traffic going down 63rd. Is that accurate, DOT?
We tried to.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that's important to point out. So even the 5 trucks are too many, correct? Right. So I just want to say that. And then also you talk about, I believe you'll hear later, the president of the Winfield.
Sorry to interrupt you before we move on. We have designated truck routes, and the trucks are allowed to go into these local streets if they're doing a delivery. It's highly unlikely that they should be there, right? Because it's mainly residential, but if they're going to like a deli or something, yes, they're allowed to take.
Understood. And I think when we did the study here, the trucks were not delivering locally.
And that's
they were going through the neighborhood.
Correct. We have
so that's illegal.
And we also rely on PD for enforcement for trucks.
No, understood. I'm just pointing out that DOT mentioned there were very little trucks. Any trucks are bad if they're just going through the neighborhood.
At the time of the study, correct.
Yes, understood. Second is questions about where this came from. I believe later on we see the president of the Winfield Gardens Association is signed up to talk about this, so you'll hear directly from the resident about the Civic Association about why. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Steve?
Yeah, Greta, I just want to point out something. I'm assuming that this makes sense and everything, and we'll hear from the residents. But when you talk to us about that the PD and the fire department have opined on this and said that this is not a problem, I think back to when the bike lanes went in on Skillman Avenue, and we were told the fire department opined there was no problem, but the local fire department, the one who actually has to make that turn, complained bitterly for months about it. So I'm asking you in the future, if not now, to please, when you consult on these things, to speak to the local fire departments, the local precincts, rather than just City Hall, because they sometimes don't have the same viewpoint.
Understood, Steve.
Thank you. Osman. Osman, do you have your hand up? Or you do have your hand up. Do you want to speak? Osman Chowdhury?
Yes.
Did you want to speak?
Yes, I want to speak.
It's your turn.
Okay. My question, I'm wondering this. 48th Avenue and 38th Street, there is no stop sign. There's no red light position. There's only have a speeding camera. But if there's a problem, there is dangerous for the public. The speeding camera is not going to save the public. If there's a traffic light, that's going to save the people, the accident, a lot of things, people going to warn us. Just speeding camera, they make money. And then there is nearest by East School. A lot of pedestrians are going there, that street.
You said 48th Avenue, and what was the other street?
The 38th Street.
Oh, that's not in this section.
But understood. I put my email in the chat. Osman, feel free to email me and we can discuss, and I can look into what were the previous traffic control studies done there.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Osman. So folks, let's try to keep it focused on this issue. Anybody else from the board want to speak? Tom, was your hand up again, or was that left over? I don't see anyone's hand up. Okay. So seeing no more hands up from the board, we will open this up to the public. We have, I believe, 2 people signed up. I will first invite Aileen to speak. Aileen, you're up again.
Okay, thank you. Being the person who was so worked up about the last modification, I guess I have two bits of feedback. One is I want to echo what a few other people have said, that it doesn't seem like the modeling is necessarily broad enough. It sounds like you're justifying the intervention and saying, well, this is a hyperlocal problem. But the point is that the intervention can have actually far-ranging spillover effects, including increased traffic to other streets. And I wonder if you are really accounting for that. For example, in my separate experience in Sunnyside Gardens, I know that I go up 50th Street and 46th Street a whole lot more because my usual route out of the neighborhood is no longer available. And a few people I know on those blocks are pretty angry that their streets have gotten a whole lot busier as a result of 39th Avenue being blocked up. So I worry that the unintended consequence of intervening in this hyperlocal way is going to impact people on other streets who are not even aware that this is going on until the change has been made, and boom, they have more traffic on their streets. And that leads me to my second comment, which is, as someone who, again, my life has been significantly affected, like I lose an hour of my life every week now due to this DOT intervention. And again, I'm not ideologically against these, but the way they're done sometimes, like literally an hour or more of my life every week because of this change on 39th Avenue. So I had no notice that this change was coming. I find it surprising that such a drastic intervention. I know the community board exists, but normal people are very busy. There weren't any flyers put up. Nobody let me know. And I guess I wonder with these changes here as well, are you letting people, especially on other blocks who haven't been lobbying for changes, are you letting them know and asking them what the impact on them will be? So thank you for your time and best of luck with the changes.
Thank you, Aileen. Aileen, I think you're going to have to consider applying for a community board next time around. And maybe you can join and be part of our engagement committee, because we do, that's one of the reasons we're launching the newsletter again, to try to get word out, and we have social media to try to get the word out on things. And please come to any transportation committee meeting or any other meetings. Just if anybody watching right now, anybody here, go to the calendar on the CB2 website. It's a Google Calendar, and you can subscribe to multiple calendars for different committees, as well as the full board, and get updates of when the meetings are. Okay, I'm sorry, Greta, did you have a reply or an answer?
No, I hear her comments, and in terms of notification, when there is the one with conversions, we will put notifications for the vehicles to let them know that is coming, and it would be great if you're also able to put this on your newsletter. And any other stakeholders that you want to connect us to. I know Pat Florio, I know her very well, so
yes.
I'm interested in hearing what she has to say about this.
Yes, Pat is next. Pat, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Just before you start, Pat, I'll just say that I just got informed that actually there was a mailing, and it was posted on Facebook, one of these things. So that's just another plug for folks to join. Follow us on Twitter and Facebook, and we're trying to get more and more information out there. Sorry, Pat. Yes, it's all yours now.
Okay. My name is Pat Florio. I am the president of Wynwood Gardens and an ex-member of this community board. After DOT rejected the community's request for all-way stop signs, speed humps, traffic lights, we were seeing more accidents, as well as bicycles getting hit. My neighbor hit a bicyclist coming down the street the wrong way. Okay, so cars are being sideswiped on 63rd Street. I have the laundromat whose car has been hit 5 times by cars making that turn and slamming into her car. I sent an email to Community Board 2 requesting that a traffic study be done. The homeowners can no longer enjoy their property because of all the dust and the exhaust. The truck traffic is humongous. I live on 50th Avenue and 64th Street. I sit on my porch and I keep my fingers crossed of how many construction trucks loaded with dust are flying through. Okay. In March of 2018, yellow boxes were installed on 63rd Street. After a 7-day period, the counter read 41,000 axles traveled. That's 2,500 cars or trucks per day. We can't take it no more. How much do we have to take? As for emergency vehicles, this is a very small community. The cops drive down the street the wrong way. The ambulances drive down the wrong way. Everybody, even the neighbors, drive down the streets the wrong way. We have community driveways that if we need to circle about, we can circle about with that. The only thing that I'm asking is that DOT look at make changes to 58th Street intersection on Laurel Hill Boulevard to allow 2 lanes to go straight instead of 2 lanes to actually go straight or make a left-hand turn instead of 1 lane. That's backing the traffic up all the way on to the BQE. So when they come off the BQE, they're actually coming under 61st Street, then going to 63rd Street and going down to Tyler. They're finding an alternate route. This has to try to be corrected. And this is why we requested the traffic study. So if you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Pat. Appreciate that insight. Sheila.
Yes,
oh,
hi.
wait, before you start, Sheila, Robin, can you close your presentation so we can see people now?
I was going to say leave it.
Oh, you want to leave it? Okay, never mind.
Well, because so Pat, thank you for that very thorough response. I'm curious to hear from you. So, based on what's proposed here, your recommendation to change that to 2-way, the one street to 2-way, 2 lanes, for the traffic off the BQE, and then you would not recommend either of the changes that are being proposed?
Oh no, those I recommend, but as well as DOT looking further to alleviate the traffic still from coming under the highway and traveling, I guess, east on Laurel Hill Boulevard.
So I'm guessing I'm hearing yes, and you would like all of these streets to be 1-way going toward Laurel Hill, and you want the other.
Sheila, if I may interrupt, the 58th and Laurel Hill.
Right, which
that's
we cannot
on our agenda,
Yes,
and
it
I
is.
believe Greta is to study it, but that's over here, and this is over here. So it's two separate items, and we are addressing them. I agree with Pat. The 58th and Laurel Hill, one day they came around and said, okay, the right lane can only turn right, and that has now backed up all of Laurel Hill onto the BQE.
And they make the turn onto 61st Street to come into our neighborhood to avoid the traffic at 58th Street.
Yes, Pat, everything that you mentioned, for instance, like intersections where the traffic control studies have been done, we done those studies. We're also, the board asked about 58th Street and Laurel Hill Boulevard, and that's like an ongoing one because it came after this one, but we are looking at the travel lanes that you spoke there. It's more of a geometry issue. And in this case here, I know that there were previous requests for 50th Avenue, and we have considered that in this study. However, we were not providing an answer at this time because the Queens bus redesign is currently in draft mode and is happening right now. And currently right there is like the Q18. So, we did a comprehensive study of this small area. And I know that there, one of the requests was also 50th Avenue that came from residents, and we are ready to speak on that once the Queens bus redesign is done. And we have talked to MTA about this as well, but we don't want to, make some changes that then are going to have to go back because of the changes that the Queens bus redesign is doing. So we are aware of that, and that's why we're specifically presenting on these like small streets, which I appreciate that you're saying that you support. And then we will hear more, we'll work with you on all the other issues that you are describing.
Okay, if I may interrupt, when you talk 50th Avenue, please be specific. You're talking from 69th Street to 65th Place. And that's on hold because of the Queens bus design.
Correct.
We did not ask for that change.
Okay, no, I'm just saying comprehensively in this area, that's something that we got a letter request to look into. But
Okay.
yeah, right. But we have it on hold because we don't want to make any changes given that there is like the bus redesign. So that's just like being transparent about like, the studies that we're doing in this area. But this is like what we're presenting that we're ready to go forward with.
All right, thank you. Well, like Councilman Holden's office said, he's in agreement with this. He was almost struck by a car when he was campaigning. So he backs us 100%. And with the Little Bush Park there, these kids can't get to the park. I walk the neighborhood every day and I'm afraid to walk across that intersection at 63rd Street and Laura Hill because they come speeding around that corner. So I don't know what more I can actually say, but 2,500 cars a day back in 2018, that has increased drastically. And I don't, especially with truck traffic. And we've had an accident on every corner. 50th Avenue, bicyclists got hit. 51st Avenue, people were sent to the hospital from both cars. Tyler Avenue, they were also sent to the hospital. These are all cars racing through to get to Maspeth. So DOT, I thank you for your study.
Thank you so much, Pat, and thank you for everyone who spoke. I think I saw, wait a minute, where did it go? Patrick, did you have your hand up? Did I miss?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, can I know questions before, but can I just comment on this as well?
Sure. Oh, well.
Okay, yeah, since I'm still kind of new to the crowd.
Yeah, no, and I'm very happy that you and Ben and others have been speaking up as new members. So please don't be shy, anyone.
Yes, totally. I just wanted to second everything Pat just mentioned. I know there's a lot of passion, but zero hyperbole. With that, on 63rd, it is quite dangerous. There are pedestrians at a laundromat. There is a park right across, and the braking is very optional when those turns are made. And then I know on 65th Street, it looks minor, but there are folks that do make illegal turns from the BQE and go pulling down 65th Street. And we can't really tell at this scale, but the cut through traffic is to get to Maspeth and to also kind of get to the LIE, which is kind of, we're in that middle zone between the BQE and the LIE. So that's just to reinforce that the other streets are pretty slow and quiet, and these are real danger zones for pedestrians. So there you go.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I don't think there's anyone else speaking on this issue. I appreciate all the comments, questions. Thank you, DOT. Thank you for the community. Thank you, Aileen and Pat. Now we're going to go move on to our next public hearing item, which we're now moving into our land use and housing section. We have 3. Please bear with us, everyone. I know it's a really long meeting. This is going to be the longest one of the entire year, I think. So just hang in there. I'll try to be as efficient as we possibly can be. So this next up is the landmark application for 4112 47th Street. It's for replacing I find this a little bit comical because it's about replacing a chain link fence with a wrought iron, and it had to come before the board because it's in a historic area, and you would think that it would be a no-brainer that you would want to get rid of a chain link fence and make it a wrought iron. But anyway, that's my only comment about that. So we have a presentation, right, Lisa?
Yes, Maury, this is Tom Keenan, the owner
Hi,
of
Tom. Thanks.
4112 47th Street. And thank you for your prefacing remarks that you might already—
Wait, excuse me. Do you have a presentation?
Yes, let me share my presentation, but you have to enable for me to share.
That's
I
right.
think.
Debbie, can you?
I gave him co-host. He has it.
Okay, you can do it now.
I'm not seeing the share button on my screen anymore. It just told me I wasn't permitted. Can you
I don't
try
know,
that
Tom.
again?
Tom, it shows me that you're co-host, that you do have sharing privileges.
Okay, let me see if that's just hidden by our Zoom.
Oh
thing.
yeah,
There we go.
you have it now. You should have it now.
All right. There we go. Okay, this is the property at 4112 47th Street, and you can see the existing conditions are a chain link fence. The proposed new fence would be the same size and dimension, but it would remove the old chain link and put in wrought iron that is similar to what is around the neighborhood. Here's where the property is. It was built in 1924 and is now part of the Sunnyside Gardens Historic District. On the left, the 40s tax photo shows that there were not fences in the neighborhood when it was originally built, but the 80s tax photo shows that the chain link went up at some point in the 70s and 80s all around the neighborhood, and then the current conditions on the right. The existing fence is a standard 3-foot chain link fence, and there is a similar wrought iron fence that is a safety barrier so that no one falls into the stairwell that heads to the basement of this property. This is pictures of fences in the neighborhood that have been approved by the Landmarks Commission since the neighborhood was landmarked. I guess it's now about 13 years ago, that are similar to what we propose. Again, this is very similar to what we propose, just a simple, straight wrought iron slats and a plain iron top. So this is samples of the materials. Again, just showing you the simple slats and the wrought iron top. A lovely sketch designed by me of what it would look like from the exterior. And some more fences around the neighborhood that are similar. And this is what it looks like compared to the adjoining properties. You can see currently most of the block is chain link. And so we're hoping to, I think you'll see from other proposals we'll hear tonight that there is a movement amongst people in the historic district to start taking down the chain link fences. And that is my proposal.
Tom, I just have one question for
Sure.
you. Just the height of the fence is?
36 inches is the current conditions, and the proposal that we drew up would be for the same size. I actually been in communication with people in Landmarks, and the fences they've been approving are 30 inches, and I'm amenable to whatever works for the neighborhood. I'm not like married to a specific height. But yes, there was a discrepancy between what we proposed and what Landmarks has approved in the neighborhood of 6 inches.
Great, thank you. Maury, are there questions from board members?
Are there any questions from board members? Steve?
Yeah, Lisa, remind me if I'm wrong, but I couldn't imagine why this was before us, but it's because of the 6 inches. Is that the story? Because 30 inches is allowed, and certainly chain link fences are discouraged by Landmark. So the whole issue is about the 6 inches?
Well, it's not clear. When he originally brought it to us, I thought 36 inches was just fine. I do believe it was the change of installation of a fence in the front. And I think, Steve, given the discussion at landmarks, at the land use meeting, there's this wrought iron fence and there's another one that's very similar that we're hearing from tonight as well. If the board were to approve these both, we could write a letter to landmarks saying that, the height of an approved landmarks wrought iron fence, that we would be in keeping with the landmarks recommendation on that.
Yeah, because I seem to remember they brought up 30-inch fences before, and they got them despite the fact that we weren't crazy about them.
Yeah, no, I don't know. They're making everybody come to, it's fine that they're advising people come to community board. We like to see these proposals. But in this case, they should have a standard, is my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Christine?
I've been through the whole process. I don't like it.
Yeah, I think as I understand it, the rationale for it not having been a standard staff approval at landmarks is that the original development did not have fences. But given the prevalence of fences, given that there hasn't been a lot of community objection to people replacing their chain link with wrought iron, we feel strongly that this is something that should be approvable at landmarks at a staff level, and we're just going to urge that.
Yeah, this should just be a staff level approval.
It would just be easier for everybody.
It's kind of insane. That's right. Mary, I'm sorry.
So what I'm hearing is, and that basically a precedent has already been set within the community that chain link to wrought iron is acceptable at or given a certain height range. I imagine we probably don't want to see 6-foot fences as an example.
No. They had always said, I thought it was 36 inches, but maybe they have a standard of 30 inches. We can double check on that, but
I would say maybe but
yeah, right. Go ahead.
District within the community, we're kind of setting a precedence that chain link can go, bring your wrought iron fences in mass.
This is already, so many people have done this already. It's confusing to me why they continue to have people come to the board with, I would understand if it was a larger project and the fence was a part of it, but to come to the board just for a fence is a little mind-boggling for me.
So, Christine, you wanted to go again, or?
No, that's okay. Yeah, I think we should keep going.
Yeah, just a comment, Lisa. The Landmarks Commission was against the fences because they were not here, as was said. And the difference here is that if our choice was to have no fence or a fence, I would have a very different opinion than if my choice is to continue having a chain link or having something nicer, okay? But I don't think that Landmarks, as a general rule, has a approval of fences. They have to go forth anyway. Now that I think about it, it's not a staff decision to put in a fence because fences are verboten in the Sunnyside Gardens.
Well, maybe there's a precedent we could set for that. Tom, did you have a question?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to kind of reiterate something that came up in the land use subcommittee meeting, that yes, the original gardens did not have fences, but the original gardens did not have the foot traffic on the streets we have now, and there were lovely gardens there. And if the goal, part of the name of the community is gardens, and I have some very nice landscaping in front of my house, and if I took the fence down completely, I think we'd see a lot of damage to the landscaping in the community. So I put that to you as the community board and communicating with landmarks that, yes, returning things to their original state historically is great, but also I think there's kind of a motivation within the community to preserve the landscaping that was also a characteristic of the original community.
Can I just respond to that? I've lived in Sunnyside Gardens for 50 years, and my home has never had a fence. I live on the mid-block alleyway, and we have had hedges there forever. So I am not a pro-fence person. I just want to say that. So the argument that it would be far worse if you landscaped it is not really a valid argument, in my humble opinion. However, you know, going from a chain link fence to a wrought iron fence and having a fence on a, you know, a main traffic street makes a lot of sense if that's something you choose to do. And the land use committee has always requested of applicants that they would landscape their fences as well, so that you would have something, you would have, you know, hedges or some other shrubbery that, you know, would sort of mitigate the glaringness of the fence. So
do we, thank you, Lisa. Do we have any body signed up from the public to talk about this? Is Anna Bridge here to talk?
no, she's probably here for the other one.
Is she? Okay.
I'm not sure. Anna was also a community board member at one time.
I think she had called the office today, and I think that she unfortunately couldn't make it today.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Debbie. So are there any more questions about this? Okay. I have to say, though, I agree with you, Lisa. I just got back from vacation. I was in the Pacific Northwest, and it was so beautiful to see all the gardens in Portland and in Seattle, and the beautiful shrubbery, and very few people had fences. And I love walking into the gardens. I live on the south side, and I love walking over to the gardens and seeing all the beautiful gardens that people have made that aren't fenced. And I personally am against fences, but if you are going to have a fence, those chain link are pretty darn ugly, and I think a wrought iron would be a lot more beautiful. But as I've seen in the chat, and I agree with a lot of people, that having to vote on this in some ways is a big waste of the board's time. We have a lot of other issues as well. If there's no other comment or questions about this, I'd like to move on to the next item. Thank you, Tom.
The next item is 4718 Skillman Avenue. So that is also a swapping out of a fence.
Yes, hello everyone. I also have a presentation, but it's not allowing me to share my screen yet.
Oh, we'll give you a hosting. Just a moment.
Thank you.
Eileen, I'll give you hosting privileges. One moment, please. Okay, you have privileges.
Okay, let's see. I think I'm sharing now. In a way, I guess it's fortunate that I am riding along on Tom's coattails inadvertently at all of our presentations. So I will try to zip through this to avoid wasting anyone's time. And thank you in advance for doing this favor to me to listen to this really, really silly presentation. But anyway, this is my house. So this is on the corner of 48th Street and Skillman Avenue. I think a lot of people from the gardens will know this house because it's super ugly, I say, as the loving owner. My husband and I bought this house about 3 years ago, and it has a couple of existing violations, which we are in the process of curing, and those are staff level reviews. So those are not related to this presentation, but we thought since we're also doing all this work to cure the violations that we should also try to beautify the house at least a little bit. So as you can see, it actually has a mix of a wrought iron fence and chain link. We're planning to leave the existing wrought iron in place, but swap out the chain link, both for aesthetic reasons. I think it will just sort of blend in with the garden more, but also because the chain link fence is quite rusty. It was vandalized over the summer, like someone cut a big hole in it. So that also made it even worse than it had been already. And to the point about gardening, if you are familiar with that corner, you'll see that over the last 3 years, we have made a lot of efforts to start growing the garden. We have 3 young trees. We've put in some hedges along the driveway, and we're planning to put more hedges in once we upgrade the fence. So I should move along in my presentation to show you this in more detail. So you can sort of see here the 2 kinds of fencing we have. So we have the wrought iron fence, which is along the more western part of the yard that faces Skillman Avenue. And then we have this rusty chain link fence that faces the whole 48th Street side and part of the Skillman Avenue facing side. This is where we are in the historic district. So we are on the corner, both just a corner of a block, but also sort of this corner of the historic district. If you want to get a sense of the streetscape, the first two views here, the one on the left, that is the house looking along 48th Street. So there is a chain link fence that sort of continues in the neighboring property. And then likewise, if the middle view is down Skillman Avenue going west. So there you can see that the fence next to ours is actually Anathea Bridges' fence. She's our neighbor. And she has a chain link fence. And then most of those Skillman Avenue houses have fairly old chain link fences. But the photo all the way on the right, that's actually the house on the corner of Skillman and 47th. So it's sort of like the mirror image of our house, but on 47th Street. I don't know the age of their fence, but as you can see, they have a wrought iron fence. And I personally think it looks a lot better, is less of an eyesore than my fences. These are the historic tax photos that we have. So you can see that in the past, there were hedges. I think this photo is from some point in the 40s, although I don't know the exact year. To those who are anti-fence, I hear you, but I would say we have a bus stop right outside our house. I cannot tell you how much garbage people dump and how much people abuse this house. And so I personally do not think shrubs would be viable here. I think they would really take a beating just from the very high level of pedestrian traffic at this intersection. Current conditions, I showed you this photo already, but just to again give you an idea of the state of the fence, there's rust, there's holes. It would be nice to have any new fence of any kind. These are just to give you a sense of what the front of the house looks like. So you can see it's partly wrought iron. We're just seeking to continue that same pattern of fence. The wrought iron fence right now is 36 inches. So we're hoping to likewise install 36 inches and match that height, both for the aesthetic reasons of having a consistent height, but also due to the bus stop, I definitely have worries that if the fence is too low, people are going to sit on it, which is not behavior I really want to encourage. If you want to get an idea of the extent, the blue is the existing wrought iron, the red is what we're proposing to change. And we would keep everything the same. So like there's concrete sunk into the ground under the soil where the fence is installed. We would propose to do the same. So there's no curb. It's very minimal, just the fence posts. We'll put the fence posts exactly where they are already for this fence installation and try to keep it just relatively minimal. We're also planning, as I mentioned, we had already started the process of growing hedges to kind of hide the fences. So we had this euonymus planted. We're planning to keep this and also extend it along all of the fencing once it's in. And so hopefully we would achieve the effect. For example, these neighbors, this is an approved fence, I think from 2014. And you can see over the years, their plantings have really grown in very nicely and mostly obscure the fence. And I think I'm done. So thank you very much for your time and your patience with this silly fence presentation.
Thank you, Aileen. You know, the only thing about that house really is the violation of the stucco on the roof. And so that's not part of this project, right?
So and I talked about this at the land use. I know everyone hates the stucco. The violation of the stucco on the house is actually for a back strip that you cannot see. The stucco that faces Skillman Avenue and 48th Street is actually totally legal and came in before landmarks. I agree that it's ugly. We did have someone come in to give us a quote to remove it and rebuild the brick, and that would cost $75,000, which is not money I have. So we are actually working with landmarks to at least tint it, and they're sort of reviewing that application, and hopefully that would look better, but we're not in a financial position to rebuild the entire parapet, unfortunately. And that's the reason it was put in, is that it's sort of not in a great state. And if you look around, the houses that have this particular design have almost all had their parapets rebuilt.
Actually, I remember when that doctor was there and he was putting the stucco, and Anna lived next door, and we spent a lot of time at the land use committee talking about that house and the stucco. So thank you for your explanation, for your presentation. Are there any questions for Aileen?
I'll just throw in this one little comment. I live in a very busy, very trafficked area, and our landlord has wrought iron fences in. Just be prepared that that won't even help keep all the garbage out. Be prepared. Okay, that's all. Any comments or questions for?
Yeah, just quickly to double down, the fact that there is a bus stop, and most bus stops in New York City don't seem to be equipped with the basic equipment, like a garbage can, definitely encourages that. And I don't think any sort of fencing or edging will change anything, just to double up on Maury's comments.
Thank you.
And I just want to add that the Land Use Committee unanimously voted to approve both of these. So we'll report back later on. Okay, moving. Yeah.
Lisa, did the landmarks, did you approve it at 36 inches or 30 inches?
Good question. We
We'll talk
didn't
about that
approve
again.
it. We approved the proposal that they had, and we did not at that point in time have the answer to the height of the fence question. So now we do. So what would you propose, Steve?
I didn't go through all the hearings that you went through, and I don't really know that I'm in a position to, say more than you guys can. Obviously, I'm in the same boat as you. I prefer no fences. But the idea of 30 inches is, to me, better than 36, but that's a personal preference because I don't like fences, same as you. And I have a highly trafficked street, and I have a beautiful garden, and I have no fence. And yes, they throw garbage in there. And yes, I pick it up and throw it away. That's what people do in the gardens.
Can I just remind everybody, especially board members, we're going to have votes on all of these. So we still have another presentation, and I don't want to lose people towards the end of the meeting.
Ross, did you have a comment? I can't hear you.
I have a question for Mr. Keenan. How tall is the other part of I'm sorry, Aileen, it's your fence. I mean, wouldn't you expect that the height of the new wrought iron fence would be the same as the height of the other wrought iron fence? So what is that height?
Yes, so I mentioned during my presentation, at least I meant to, that the current fence is 36 inches. So we're seeking to continue that and keep the height the same. The current wrought iron fence that we're replacing is in fact 44 inches. So we would be replacing a taller fence with a lower fence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along. Rory, you good with that?
I'm good with moving right along.
Okay, this is 5802 Northern Boulevard. I'm sorry, no, it's not 5802. Is it 5802?
No. That's not.
I'm not looking at the agenda. I'm looking at something else. Here, let me look at
the agenda.
What's that?
Northern Boulevard isn't on the agenda for tonight.
Yeah, no, I was just looking. I'm sorry, I was looking at the land use minutes. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to the BSA application for 45-40 Vernon Boulevard. This is a presentation in regard to an application for variance for the Paragon Paint and Varnish Building, if you guys know it, on Vernon Boulevard. So I'm going to turn this over to Jeff Mulligan, I guess, and your team.
And just before they start, I just want to remind, if anyone is here that wants to speak about this from the public, be sure to sign up. We're going to post the link in the chat again, so that after this you can have public comment. Okay.
So Jeff, are you presenting or somebody else?
Yes, hi, yes, I'll be presenting. You can hear me? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great.
And Jeff, you have co-host, you have privileges.
Okay, thanks. Actually, my colleague, Allison Schwartz is
He has
joining us.
privileges as well.
Great, thank you. So thank you everyone for having us tonight. I'm Jeff Mulligan, an urban planner with the law firm of Kramer Levin, and we're here to present the revised application to the BSA for a zoning variance to allow a mixed residential and commercial building on the property located at 4540 Vernon Boulevard in Long Island City. I'm joined this evening by Amir Satayesh from Quadrum Global, the majority owner in the property. Allison Schwartz from Morris Ajmi Architects, who will be helping me with the presentation. Rick Parisi from MPFP, the landscape architects, who will also be presenting. We also have Michael Bogan, our environmental attorney from Cy Paget, Jack Freeman, our financial consultant, Alec Militic, our environmental consultant from Philip Habib, and Gary Tarnoff, a partner with Kramer Levin. That's our team here to answer questions after the presentation. Before I begin, I wanted to allow Amir to introduce himself and his organization's experience with the local communities to you all. Amir, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Great.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So my name is Amir Satayesh. I'm the managing director of Quadrum Global. We're the developers and the majority owners here. You know, I wanted to just let you know a little bit about our firm and our experience with development and dealing with the community and being, you know, a friendly neighbor. We've recently developed a hotel in a community board in Manhattan, and I believe, you know, they've written a reference letter about us and about our organization and how we've helped the community. We've helped build a plaza for them. We've helped some green spaces for them. We are the owners of the Arlo hotels, and you know, throughout our hotels, we bring local artists to help within the you know, to help paint and present artwork within the hotels. Local purveyors. We have a project right now in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, where we're sourcing a local artist to even display some art during the construction. So me personally and our firm, you know, we look forward to embedding ourselves in the community, becoming friendly neighbors, helping the community wherever we can, and helping, you know, all types of community members within our building and facility as well. So once again, I do thank you all for your time and being here. I know it's late, and I'll let Jeff continue.
Great. Thanks, Amir. So we attended the Land Use Committee 2 weeks ago on April 20th, and questions were asked at that meeting. And we have provided the committee with a letter and materials earlier this week. So a little background on this application. It was originally filed in 2015, and it was the application was subsequently placed on hold as different development and rezoning proposals for the Animal Basin were being considered. And as we'll discuss, we have spent over $13 million to date to remediate the contamination on the property through the state's brownfield cleanup program. We have been carrying this largely vacant property for over a number of years, and with no rezoning proposal currently advancing through the public review process for Annabelle Basin, we now must move forward with our variance application in order to develop the property. In addition, under the brownfield program, we must complete our development by 2026 in order to receive the brownfield tax credits, which adds even more urgency to obtain the variance for the development. Since the project was put on hold, as there were different rezoning proposals for the area being reviewed, now that once we reactivated the project, we brought on a new team with Morris Ajmi as the architects for the building, and they're known for developing contextual buildings and industrial districts. And as I mentioned before, MPFP as a landscape architect. So next slide, Allison. So this is the site in red. It's a little over 38,000 square feet. It's an irregular shape with frontage of 100 feet on 46th Avenue, 155 feet on Vernon, and 49 feet on Annabelle Basin, which is an inlet of the East River. Next slide. The property is located in an M14 zoning district, which only allows manufacturing and commercial uses and very limited community facility uses. It's not located within the special district. Residential use is not allowed, though the site is immediately adjacent to the special district where residential zoning is allowed. Residential use is allowed, as shown in gray. Next slide. This slide shows that our site again in red, is subject to waterfront zoning, and it is located within the boundary of the Northern Hunters Point Waterfront Access Plan. So this means that the site is subject to additional requirements relating to public waterfront access, larger waterfront yards, and special building height and setback controls, including a height limit of 150 feet for commercial and manufacturing buildings and 265 feet for community facility buildings. Next slide. So these are images of our property today. It contains 3 buildings. It was mentioned that the Paragon Paint Building is on our property. That's shown on the top 2 slides. It's the building 4 stories with boarded up windows. It's been vacant for a number of years. The image on the left also shows a 1-story manufacturing building to the right of the factory that is currently used for the storage of food vending machines and push carts. And then the image on the lower left shows a 3-story warehouse fronting on 46th Avenue that was used in conjunction with the factory. That building is also vacant and has been for a number of years. And then the image on the lower right shows the back of the factory buildings. Next slide. So as I mentioned, this application was originally filed in 2015. And the earlier version of the proposed development, these are images of it. It did retain the Paragon Paint Building, though there was much more intervention. There were open terraces that were created in portions of the facade, and the northwestern portion of the factory building was removed to add the new residential tower with the glassy facade that contained an overhang above the adjoining space. Next slide. So this is an image of the revised current proposal, which we do believe is much more contextual in terms of the industrial look of the building, and the industrial facade is much more consistent with the surrounding area. It will provide for residential use with ground floor retail, 23 stories, 262 feet in height, 226 dwelling units, 30% of which we are proposing to be affordable. I note that the number of affordable units depends on the housing program that is available, which is currently being debated at the state level. The existing Paragon Paint Building will be restored, and 20% of the property will be publicly accessible open space, including for the first time direct access to the Annabelle Basin waterfront from Vernon Boulevard. And now I'll turn it over to Allison, who will take us through more detail on the proposed building.
Hi, I'm Allison Schwartz, project manager at Morris Adjme Architects. Thank you all for your time this evening. As Jeff mentioned, MA has taken over as architects for this proposal. We are an architecture firm that's based in New York and have been practicing here for about 25 years. The majority of our built work is in New York, and much of that is within historic districts. And our design practice is really based on understanding a historic context of a neighborhood and proposing designs that reflect and are inspired by a neighborhood's history. So as Jeff mentioned, we have made a number of significant changes from the previous scheme, which is on the left side, and the proposed scheme is on the right. These changes were bringing MA's design sensibility to it, but also were in response to the community board's feedback at the last time this project was presented. So we tried to integrate some of the previous comments into the new design. We will look at the design in more detail, but an overview, a high-level overview of the changes are that the tower is now set back further from Vernon Boulevard. It's set back 80 feet, so more than 40 feet from where it was before. The tower is lower. It is just above 260 feet. And then the tower is also, this view on the right is looking from Vernon Boulevard to that upland, the new open space and upland connection to Annabelle Basin. The new building is now set to align with the north face of the Paragon Paint Building, which leaves this open space more open to the sky and also expands it. And we have also tried to preserve more of the original character of the Paragon Paint Building. Another change to this application is we are now providing off-street loading, which is the zoning requirement that was previously a waiver in the prior scheme. We have also looked at city planning's waterfront guidelines in our approach to the design. A number of these guidelines are about both the massing and the architectural articulation. And the image on the left is a page directly from these guidelines from city planning, talking about the industrial character of Long Island City. And this also was our inspiration, especially because we have a historic building on the site that we are retaining and restoring. By coincidence, the guidelines include one of MA's build projects on the bottom of the page, 250 Bowery, as an example of how a contemporary building can reference historic architecture, facade proportions, and rhythm and materiality, and as well as windows. And these same principles we have tried to apply for this project as well. On the right is a rendering from the city planning document looking south on Vernon Boulevard. The guidelines talk about the massing buildings on more upland buildings, including along Vernon Boulevard, to be lower and bulkier, while buildings along the waterfront is reserved for towers. So we have used that same principle in how we have set our building closer to our tower closer to the water in order to meet the intent of city planning guidelines for the neighborhood. So to look at the design in more detail, starting with the existing building, on the upper left, you can see the historic photo we have of the building. Note that there were factory-style windows. The current condition of the building, as Jeff showed at the beginning of the presentation, and you can see some details on the bottom left, the building is currently in very rough shape. There are no windows left. All the openings are boarded up, and the building needs a lot of restoration, which we are planning to do, and are also trying to maintain the significant historical features of the facade, which you can still see in these details views despite the condition. So there are very strongly articulated vertical piers, as well as a chevron cornice, which will be maintained in the restoration. This rendering of the final building shows a return of factory-style windows on the 2nd through 4th floors, which will be residential, and then larger openings at the storefront, which will be glazed and designed for retail. For the tower, as I mentioned, we were inspired by the Paragon Paint building on the site and have repurposed that chevron cornice as a motif that is both the profile of these vertical piers that are on the facade, as well as a decorative panel, these spandrel panels, as well as on the balconies. We are proposing residential balconies, and the patterning of this, which is diagonally ascending up the building, was inspired by another historic waterfront New York City building, the Brooklyn Army Terminal, which has these loading platforms that are visible on the left of the page. And that informed our design approach. Looking at the building and plan, this is the ground floor overlaid on a site plan. For orientation, Vernon Boulevard is on the right and 46th Avenue is on the bottom of the page, and the connection to Antelope Basin is on the top. The 55-foot open space is at the north of the site, fronting the basin, and is providing direct access from Vernon Boulevard to that water edge. As we saw in the previous page, the retail is on the ground floor, fronting Vernon Boulevard, and then wraps along to that northern frontage facing the water and is lined by a terrace. The residential entry is off of 46th Avenue and is set back 75 feet from the street. And the rest of the ground floor is residential use and some residential amenities, including bike parking. And then that required loading dock, as mentioned, is also located off of 46th Avenue and likewise setback from the street. We chose to locate it on 46th Avenue in order not to have trucks turning from Vernon Boulevard due to the traffic on that road, as well as the bike lane. One other thing to note is that we are aware that this, and I know the community board is aware as well, this is in a flood zone, and we have already incorporated New York City's requirements for building in a flood zone into this building design. So the new residences will all be elevated above the city's dictated design flood elevation. So no residential units will be on the ground floor. All residential amenities and mechanical spaces will be located above an elevation that will not flood in the case of a 100-year flood event. And then the retail space will be provided with floodgates at the facade, and all facades and foundations will be reinforced to meet the city's requirements for buildings in a flood zone. And looking at the building from a few different directions, this is the entry, the residential entry off of 46th Avenue, showing the residential tower setback from the street. Looking again from Vernon Boulevard at 45th Road down the new open space. You can also see that retail terrace in a little bit more detail, and on the upper right are some reference images of what we anticipate that retail space being used as. This is looking north on Vernon Boulevard with our building on the left and the restored Paragon paint in the middle of the page. And then looking a little bit further back from 45th Road towards that new connection to Anvil Basin. And then for the final representation of the architecture, this is an aerial view looking south at Long Island City with the proposed building on the left ghosted in. I think what's most significant to see is our building's location on Anvil Basin in relation to Queens West, and how the site is actually quite close to the existing towers and shares the waterfront and basin already are part of the character of Queens West, and we are building on that and proposing a lower building that bridges the height of these tall towers to the lower context. And I'll pass it off to Rick to go over the landscape in more detail.
Thanks, Allison. Good evening, everybody. I know it's getting late, so I'll go through this rather quickly. I think Allison already described the residential entry on 46. You see it in plan here. What you then see is a roof terrace on the second level, and that's a residential roof terrace there, right there. There is some green roof area on the roof, up on the top floor, 23rd floor. And then there's a small terrace down on the lower floor on the opposite side on Vernon. And then above the Paragon building, that is proposed to be a green roof. And you can see that right there. And that leaves the open space. And the open space is, as Allison mentioned, it's 55 by 200. So it is in excess of 8,000 square feet. And it has adjacent to it an open space that is we'll call it semi-public, because it's the upper level terrace that faces the retail. And maybe you can go to the next one, Allison. So this is an enlargement of the open space. And to speak a little bit about the resiliency, the existing elevation on Annabelle Basin is around 8. And we've already remediated this bulkhead here and built part of that up. The existing elevation on Vernon is elevation 9. So as Allison mentioned, the retail is going to be up higher. It's at elevation 12, and we gradually slope from elevation 9 to 10 at the bulkhead on Annabelle Basin. We could actually raise that a little bit more if necessary, but right now it's a very gentle slope up. There is access from the elevation 9 with stairs up to the retail terrace. And then there's an ADA access without rails. It's just a slope path. It's 4.9% adjacent to that. And that's in between the two planting areas there. Then on Vernon Boulevard, they're working with city planning. We discussed a lot of options for how this entry would be. And this is really more like an upland connection, because the Shore Public Walkway is really only the section that aligns with the 40 feet. It's 40 by 89, basically the corner. So the rest of this is really acting like an upland connection, but it's still, it's very, very much a very public open space. And working with city planning, we discussed having seating right on Vernon. So we do have a built-in seating element there. Then we come into a small little cove area, surrounded by trees with a seating area in there with some movable seating pods. And then on the opposite side, on the adjacent property side, because that's part of the visual corridor, we cannot have any trees, but we can landscape it. And we built a wood seating platform that steps up. And then as you go towards the basin, we created another elevated, 3-level elevated seating platform looking across the basin. And that's heavily landscaped, again, adjacent to the residential private terrace that's right behind that. And maybe you can go to the next one, Allison. Thanks. So, this again is the view you just saw before, but it really is the welcoming view to the open space, which will be this connection, to all of Annabelle Basin from Vernon Boulevard. Without this project, there will be no connection. The connection that on the waterfront connection will come eventually, potentially, and will not be able to connect over and turn. So it won't make the complete, waterfront promenade and waterfront Shore Public Walkway without this piece right here, and not without this, physical connection on Vernon as well. You can go to the next one, Allison, please. So this is an aerial view of that. So you can see the seating right on Vernon. You can see the steps up. You can see the sloped walkway up. And you can see the small little seating cove and start to see the wood platforms. And then the wood platform right on the water. This is a view from the other side. And you go to the next one. And then this is that connection that I just spoke of that, that this would actually complete. I think that's it.
Thanks, Rick. So just a couple more slides. So the application at the BSA is requesting 4 zoning waivers that are required to construct the development. The first is a waiver to use to allow residential use in the manufacturing district. The second is to height to allow that 262 feet in height, which exceeds the commercial manufacturing height limit, but does comply with the height limit at this property for community facility buildings. 2 additional waivers are reducing the setback above the 60-foot base height from the Shore Public Walkway and waiving the maximum floor plate for residential tower. We are working, as Rick said, with city planning on obtaining the chair certification, which we need to get to show that we comply with the waterfront public access and visual corridor requirements. Next slide. So there's 5 findings to obtain a variance from the BSA. The first is that there are unique physical conditions that give rise to practical difficulties or unnecessary hardship in complying with zoning. The second is that the variance is necessary to realize a reasonable financial return on the site. The third is that the variance will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. The fourth is that practical difficulties or unnecessary hardship have not been created by the owner or predecessor in title. And the fifth is that the variance requested is the minimum necessary. Next slide. So as stated in our application with a lot of detail and evidence, the first finding, the A finding or uniqueness finding, is based primarily on the site's unique environmental contamination. So again, over 100 years of active industrial use on the site, including paint factory use from 1915 to 1998. The site, because of this history of heavy industrial use, was impacted by hazardous substances and waste to the extent that it was declared a significant threat to human health and the environment by the Department of Environmental Conservation. potential contaminant exposure both on and off-site through vapor intrusion was identified. The site entered the brownfield cleanup program in 2008, and we received our certificate of completion in 2016. To date, we have spent over $13.26 million on environmental remediation, and there's a projected additional $4.87 million in remediation costs required in order to construct an as-of-right addition to the Paragon Paint building. Next slide. So this slide shows the timeline of industrial activity and cleanup. So again, for over 100 years, heavy industrial activity, and then modern environmental regulations were not enacted until the 1970s and 80s. So much of the activity that occurred at this site and the resulting contamination likely occurred before the adoption of these new regulations. And soon after the brownfield program was enacted in 2003, the site entered the program and the property was cleaned up. It's also important to point out at the bottom of the slide that DEC defines the current owners and predecessors in title who are the applicants in the brownfield program as volunteers. And a volunteer is defined as an applicant who is not liable for disposal of hazardous waste or discharge of petroleum at the site, and who exercises appropriate care with respect to contamination found at the facility. And the reason I'm talking about this is because the fourth finding, or the D finding, for a variance, which is that the owner or predecessor in title is not responsible for hardship on the site. And we provided the committee with a number, there's many precedents from the BSA where there were similar circumstances where they determined that the applicant met the D finding. Next slide. So in terms of neighborhood character, a formerly toxic site has now been cleaned up. We have designed a building where the massing is consistent with the waterfront design guidelines for this area of Long Island City developed by city planning. We're creating new public open space with direct access for the first time from Vernon Boulevard to Annabelle Basin. I mean, today, if you walk down Vernon Boulevard, in front of our site and all the way up to the block to the north, on the north side of the basin, you have no idea that there is a basin behind those buildings. And so I think this will be very transformational, that we'll be creating a new direct access from the upland. The factory building on the property will be restored, which preserves the existing low scale of Vernon Boulevard. The new building is now set back 80 feet from Vernon and is designed with the industrial facade that's appropriate for this context. And ground floor retail is being provided, which is consistent with and will help anchor Vernon Boulevard commercial corridor. So I believe that ends the presentation, and here to answer questions and hear the public testimony.
Jeff, I would, that you have Jack Freeman with you today is really special. And I would ask you to continue your presentation to describe the financing, the modeling that you did that compared the different scenarios for market versus affordable. Would you be prepared to do that?
Sure. I just want to, do you want me to just jump right in there, Lisa?
It's up to Jeff.
I'm fine with Jack jumping in, yes.
So I think, just to recap what Jeff mentioned, the purpose of the variance.
Can I just interject for a second? There is in the chat for people who are board members, a letter, I think it's in the letter from Kramer Levin. No, it's in the exhibits. There are two things that I uploaded. One is a letter and one is a PDF that's called Exhibit. And in that is, let's see, it's page 26 of the PDF is a comparison, an analysis of development alternatives. And I think that's what we're talking about. So
we'll get to.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I just want to pick up from what Jeff said, which is that the purpose of the variance is to provide relief from a quantifiable economic hardship that was created as a result of unique conditions on the site. So that's the first finding. The BSA has to make all of these findings. The second finding is that it quantifies what the cost of that unique condition is. And in this case, it was the over $13 million in environmental remediation. And the purpose of the variance is to provide additional value in the development to overcome those costs, because without paying those costs related to hardship, you would not have a feasible project. So all of the financial analysis looks at whether or not a development alternative would provide the additional value necessary to pay the costs that result from that economic hardship. So that's where we begin to look at things. Yeah, the board's purpose is to make each of the findings. And in doing that, we have to look at what's available to pay those costs. So part of what pays the costs is the brownfield tax credits. Part of what pays the cost is the value of the Affordable New York or 421A benefits. And the rest is the economics of the project, the income derived from the uses that are being proposed for the site. And in this case, it's residential use primarily in a manufacturing district. So we looked at a variety of alternatives, but it all begins with looking at whether or not the development of an as-of-right alternative, which in this case would be a commercial alternative, would generate sufficient income to pay the costs that result from the hardship of the unique conditions. And the report that we submitted initially to you and also to the BSA identified that an as-of-right development would not provide sufficient cost, and we would need to have the additional change in use that's being requested, as well as a few other things. So I think at the last meeting we had with the Land Use Committee, you asked us to take a look at whether or not there were some other plans that would provide affordable housing, because there's a possibility that the 421A Affordable New York program will expire and not be replaced. So we that table that you just mentioned shows the proposed development, which contemplates 421A or something like it. It then looks at whether or not a 70-30 market rate affordable with no tax abatement would be feasible. And we looked at what the costs of that were, what the income to be generated was, and that is a development that lost about $20 million, which is not an insignificant amount. So it could not be supported by that. We then looked at the an all market rate alternative to see whether or not that would provide in and of itself, because you would be losing the tax abatement from the 421A. And we concluded that the all market rate without any tax abatement would still lose too much money, and that was in excess of $5 million. And then we took a look at something that was suggested, I believe, by the committee, which was basically an R6A zoning. And we note here that in doing that, the construction costs and the income were preliminary, because additional remediation costs for construction of a building of R6A are yet to be developed, but we used costs similar to what the other project was cost. And R6A zoning which is a smaller building, and you lose some of your brownfield tax credit as well, also resulted in a loss of $8,600,000 and change. So right now, what we've proposed is the one that provides the minimum feasible project, and that generates about $572,000 of beneficial income above the cost of dealing with the unique conditions, as well as the cost of development and operating the buildings. So I could go on and on, but
Somebody needs to be on mute. Thanks.
so I can go on and on and on, but I don't know how much further you want me to go. We looked at altogether 5 different options, and the only one that provided a minimum return, which is the board doesn't want you to make a lot of money in relieving the hardship condition. So you have to establish to their satisfaction what you're asking for the minimum.
So thank you, Jack. I mean, I have 2 questions, and then I need to pass questions to other board members, or we'll be here really late. But one is, in terms of what cap rate did you use to determine value on this? It just is capitalized value of NOI.
We used a cap rate that was a blended cap rate. There's a commercial component to
And what was that
project
rate?
and residential, so it was about 5.25% total blended.
And you know, you used it based on nearly the same NOI, a slightly higher NOI. I mean, I'm really surprised that you did that for the market rate valuation in this case. I feel like it's just a back of the envelope sketch for us, and that, you know, you would have used an appraisal or something, you know, more deeply to look at the valuation of residential in the neighborhood. I was just really surprised that you did it that way. But
we do it in a manner that the Board of Standards likes to see. So we use a survey of cap rates. The cap rate for market rate housing is somewhat different than it would be for affordable housing. The cap rate for commercial use is different. So that's what results in blending. Net operating income doesn't change as a result of a cap rate. The value.
No, but the net operating income for market rate development would be far higher than one for an affordable development, especially where rents are now in that community. So we could argue this all day, and I would like to turn it over to my peers at the board, because
I note that the one that we did was all market rate, had a net operating income of $124 million, whereas the affordable / market rate had 109,000. So there is a difference in what the net operating income is between the all market rate and the affordable and market rate mix.
there is a difference. It just, from your presentation, I feel like it's undervalued, but I'm not gonna quibble about it right now. So,
okay. But in the report, we did provide comparable rents for both market rate, and the rents for the affordable are really established by HPD.
but the rents for the affordable were at 130% of area median income.
That's right.
That's not really deeply affordable.
It's what the city defines as being affordable for this program, the Affordable New York.
That's right. So if this were a rezoning, we'd be having a way different conversation. So anyway,
It's not
let
a
me.
rezoning, and
That's right. It's not a rezoning.
It's a hardship variance.
Yeah. So let's take more questions. Christine.
I just put everybody's name in I think the order that you would have selected. as the chair of land use, you and Christine. So I just dropped that in to make it easier to go through.
That's great. Okay,
And I'd like
Christine.
to turn it back to Jeff to be sort of the
Okay.
choreographer of who answers.
Thanks, Jeff.
questions.
Christine, I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Okay, so now I'm unmuted. And I want to thank the team for the very comprehensive response that you sent to us with the, increased analysis, responding to all our questions and concerns. But what I do want to dwell on really is the finding about the required finding that this development would not alter or substantially alter the essential character of the neighborhood. And it seems to me, I would argue that facade design is only a very minor component of the essential character of a neighborhood, and that use, density, other uses are more significant. And it just seems to me, and you refer to those in some of your language. You say the current waterfront is composed of opportunity sites that can complete an emerging waterfront while supporting the light industry and arts the neighborhood has come to be known for. It seems to me, and I would like you to respond, that this development is going to endanger further endanger the light industry and arts that the neighborhood has come to be known for, to make it much harder for neighbors to either be able to afford to or to operate a light industrial business. And I would imagine arts organizations as well, just because of the increasing costs of what is essentially an extremely gentrifying project, I think. And you're more, so what you seem to be saying that you're in context with is a development that doesn't yet exist, which is the whole Annabelle Basin set of sites, but you're actually more than a block away from the towers that you're referring to, and you're actually surrounded by low-rise properties. So that's one concern. And the second concern is just a whole, for that reason, I really don't see how, I don't think this is an appropriate site for this variance. I don't think the variance process is appropriate here. The other concern is, I think this whole neighborhood really needs a comprehensive resiliency plan that is not represented or incorporated into this variance, and that's very problematic.
Do you want someone to respond?
Well, I'd like them to respond to say how this development would support the light industry and arts that the neighborhood has come to be known for.
Right. I think that the language you cited may be from the city planning.
No, it's from the literature that you sent to us. It's a direct quote.
Right, and I think what I sent you was the city planning design guidelines. I think, and we included those because, the massing that we're proposing is consistent with those guidelines. We are proposing a mixed-use development. It's residential and ground floor commercial. We recognize that city planning guidelines do talk about encouraging mixed use, including the light industrial.
Excuse me, Jeff, the variance process doesn't require you to conform to the city planning process, the city planning guidelines. The variance process requires a finding that you're not altering the essential character of the neighborhood.
Correct.
You respond to that. How are you not altering the essential character of what's around this site, immediately around this site?
Right. So in terms of use, we believe that residential is we're right next to residential uses. So we do think—
You're right next to an R6A zone. You're not right. That's why I asked for the R6A.
No, fair enough.
Much lower.
But if we're just talking about use, if we're taking each one, so the use in the R6A district and in the buildings next to us are residential. We're proposing residential use. So we think that context, that there is an existing character of residential adjacent to our site. We recognize we're on the edge of that, but we think that the use is appropriate. in terms of the bulk, we're maintaining and restoring and preserving the Paragon Paint Building. So we are keeping the low scale on Vernon to a depth of 80 feet. We are proposing a tower, so it is set back from Vernon, but it's on the waterfront. And, it is a waterfront site where the zoning allows the height of the building that we're proposing. It's for a community facility use, not for residential, so we need the variance for that. But we think that the zoning, and we know that the zoning anticipates a building of this height at this location, and we're consistent with that. And I think we also do look to, and there's been a lot of discussion about the need for comprehensive planning in this area, and we respect that. And in fact, the owners did put aside their application while that was being played out over the last couple of years and waited and participated, but for various reasons, those comprehensive plans did not go forward. And I think we do have the knowledge of what was being proposed with those comprehensive plans, which did call for more density and more height than we're proposing for these sites around Annabelle Basin. And, I have also heard that if this were a rezoning, it would be an MIH district. But, the Annabelle Basin rezoning proposal, which did look at having MIH, also called for higher floor area on our site. So I think, Jack has talked about if we're a special site because we have these contamination costs, and that's why we're going to the BSA. And if we were to provide more affordable housing on the property without the companion subsidy, then we would need to have additional floor area. And I think the analysis has borne that out.
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, I agree with you, Lisa. It'd be much easier with the zoning thing. Looking at this thing, I noticed a few things. First of all, with the economic hardship thing, considering the price tag that was paid for this as compared to what the price is today in Long Island City, I don't think you have much of a hardship. But what you've gotten is you're proposing a building which is being paid for by government grants, whether it's the 41s or whatever else they're going to be. And my question is, we're giving back what to the community? And from looking at it, I see a public space that's 55 feet wide, of which 40 feet actually open up onto the smelly end of Annabelle Basin, which I didn't hear you offering to clean up. That doesn't seem to me to be much of a gift to the neighborhood. I seem to remember before in previous applications, there was talk about giving spaces to artists and things like that. Those are all lacking now. And I really question, I understand you don't want to sit there with a vacant building while the city is not doing anything to move forward. But I don't see anything in your application that shows a hardship or that gives us reason to want to bend over backwards to let you do it. I didn't even hear a proposal as to what you're going to do with stormwater off the top of your building. You're just going to let that run into the sewers, which is what's flooding out all the people in that area. You're not even going to recycle that. I truly don't understand how you could come forward with this application without considering the community's objections over the last 5 to 7 years, which they've made loud and clear.
Does somebody want to comment or?
Sure. In terms of what we are providing, there is, and it was mentioned that the open space is not that large, but in fact, we, in terms of the requirement, it is much smaller. We're required to provide a smaller shore public walkway. We're providing more than is required, including the access from Vernon. And I was actually at the basin last Saturday, and I think it's actually quite interesting and pleasant. Walking from Queens West behind the Plaxel sites where there's that informal pathway. And I think, our connecting to that and we'll connect to it in the future, but providing access, I think, will be a wonderful thing for the community with a landscaped park for them.
That pathway's been closed by the city, by the way, just so you know. If you were walking on it, you were violating the law.
Well, it was wide open. It said, please enter.
Okay, yeah, well, it's actually been closed because it's unsafe, so please don't do that again. The fact is that until Plaxall builds out, if they ever do, you're just talking about having this alleyway to the waterfront where people can sit between two buildings, or if they're lucky, sit in that last 40 feet. That's not really offering the community much in exchange for putting up a 26-story tower or 23-story, whatever it is.
I mean, that's the property that we own.
Agreed.
That's
Thanks.
yeah,
I mean, thanks, Jeff. I mean, it's for the community. It's a big. There's not much that the community is getting from this proposal. In terms of it creates more gentrification, more density, more stormwater. And anyway, let me pass it on to Danielle.
Thanks, Lisa. So you spoke about 421A. So 421A is due to sunset in I think about 2 weeks. And my understanding, and we can certainly reach out to our state electeds, but my understanding is it's not going to be there's not going to be a new program to replace it. So what does that mean for I think you said 30% affordability? What does that mean that it's all going to be market rate? Does it mean you have to walk away because you're not going to get that subsidy? And then I would just remind everyone that 421A is not the government subsidizing, it's our taxpayer money subsidizing.
right. I mean, I think Jack talked about how Jack, do you want to jump in and say anything more about what our options are? I mean, there's,
Right now, with the absence of 421A, the governor had proposed a similar replacement for it, which was not included in the state budget. So it becomes very difficult, not just for us, but for anybody to build any kind of affordable housing in the city without getting some kind of support from taxpayer money or the government. And that's just a fact. So we're going to try to work with whatever programs come about. But if we do it as all market rate, we have to overcome a cost of about, I think I noted, about $8 million of the loss in order to make the project feasible. And that's real cost to this project, to the developers, and it constrains the ability to create a project which can overcome the hardship costs without building a bigger building.
Jack, did you look at this? Did you look at doing this with a not-for-profit partner? Did you look at doing it with low-income housing tax credits? Did you, where you could still get it?
The project needs to be able to pay the costs that result from the hardship. So we looked at, I think, I don't know if it was you, because I wasn't at the last meeting, but we looked at two programs, 420C, which must be done with low-income housing tax credits in order for you to get the benefit of it. And that requires a partnership with a nonprofit entity that has more than a 50% interest in the project. So that didn't work. And then Article 11, which is basically not appropriate for this project. That's a low-income co-op program. It's a program that the city invented to basically take properties off of its tax roll. So neither of those two programs would work. And the answer is we are looking to overcome the hardship. So it's the Board of Standards which grants a variance to relieve the economic burden resulting from a unique site condition. I mean,
Yeah.
that's it. This is not a rezoning
No, but I understand not a reason.
if we were
yeah.
going to, I can't speak for ownership here, but this is a private for-profit development entity with a real hardship resulting from.
It's a self-imposed hardship, in my opinion, but.
All right, but the Board of Standards has to make that determination.
Sheila.
Thanks, Lisa. So I'm going to ask some questions that may be obvious to some people, like you, Jack, like you, Lisa, to others, but they're not obvious to me. So for one thing is, having sat here through the prior projects, which I know you discussed in land use, because I saw that note in your land use minutes. Both of the prior owners, actually there were three now that I think about it, all said they had completed remediation. So I'm just curious to know is that wrapped in your purchase price? So is that like the total purchase price?
No. Remediation is the completion of the scope of work necessary to.
No, I understand what
get rid of the
remediation
dirt.
is, but like the 13 million plus that you said you spent, that was all spent from the time you acquired the property in 2015 until it was certified in 2016?
There's been continuous ownership. The individual partners within the development entity have changed over time.
Well, you guys bought it in 2015, right?
2013, yes.
2013. Okay, so your expenses happened from 2013 to 2016 when it was certified. I'm just trying to understand the 13 something million.
Right. And it is your question, is that the fact that we spent that money, does that reduce the purchase price because you're purchasing something that is contaminated? Is that what
Yeah, I mean, like, to get to the economic hardship, and I agree with what's somewhat, what Lisa was saying is, I mean, you bought a site that you knew you were going to have to do to conclude some remediation. You didn't have to do all of it because some of it was done before. I'm not going to say a lot, I'm not going to say most of it, but you knew what you were getting into. And so I'm just trying to get at what the real economic hardship is. And I don't understand all these formulas. And so I appreciate, don't roll your eyes at me because I'm asking what may be simple questions.
The real economic hardship here is the $13 million and change.
But it's not if you look long-term. And that was, and somebody else put this question in the chat, but I had it on my list, is like when you're saying $8 million loss, calculated potentially $8 million losses, or even 20 million without the tax abatement if you were trying to do affordable housing, I'm like, over what period of time? And then I also look at what Lisa said is undervaluing what these apartments would go for. We know, those of us who've lived here, we know what they're going for. And they're not going down right now. And so like over what
we looked
period
at
of time?
Was there's a schedule of rents at the affordable level that the city allows, and the affordable rents are established by the city.
All right, but what the $8 million potential, or you're proposing in your presentation, an $8 million loss if you were to do this as of right, correct? Am I correct on that?
It was a little, I have to go back, but
8 million plus.
Yeah.
Yes, it's more than that. I think it's 70, but
if you oh, okay, I meant okay, but there was,
well, it was
we
5,335,000 for all market rate with no abatement.
Right.
I mean, just so Jack,
for what period of time?
Yeah, I mean, what we need to show to the BSA is what can you do on an as of right basis. So it's a zone that allows 2 FAR of manufacturing and commercial uses.
Right. We would love that, actually, to tell you the truth.
Right.
That would actually keep the character of the neighborhood together, and some artisan spaces.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that so the BSA, you represent to the BSA what your premium costs are, which is remediation. So far, $13 million has been spent. If we take down the warehouse building on 46th Avenue, which is not really salvageable, and use our available 2 FAR, then there's an additional almost $5 million in cleanup costs. So you look at those premium costs, you look at construction of a standard 2 FAR building, and you also look at the value of the site, which is not what the applicant has paid for, but is based on comparables for similar land in the area. And then you tabulate all that, and then you look at what the value is when you build the building, and you have your 2 FAR of commercial tenants. And we did that analysis, and it's a loss.
Over what period of time? So in other words,
Doesn't work. It's not measured over a period of time.
well, but then it's not really a loss. Because hopefully
There's a
you're-
loss. If you pay, the board project is feasible if it pays its costs. So
And
if
you
I build a
nibble over,
project and I cannot get the value from the site
in the first
sufficient
year,
to equal the cost,
in the
then
first
I
year,
don't have a feasible project.
But I'm saying, I mean, in the first year of renting,
No,
like,
no, it's something, the methodology of how it's done. And this is what Lisa was asking the question about the cap rate, is you wind up with what's known as net operating income, which is the income after all the operating expenses. Then you apply a factor to that, which tells you what the value of that income is. And then you compare that value with the cost of creating the project. And if the value and the cost are not the same, if the cost is greater than the value that you achieve, then you don't have a feasible project.
we can move on, because I don't think I'm going to get the answer about whether it's the first year, second year, and you know,
It's not done on a year-by-year basis.
and so just to
Right, so it's a point in time, and that they're going to own this building for 10 years or however many
that's
years.
my point.
And
Right.
they're going to raise the rents, and
Right.
yeah, I mean, of course, it's going to pay. There must be a payback in there, Sheila,
Absolutely.
over time for them to recoup that. But they're just looking at this at a point in time and saying it's not feasible.
Right.
But
And so
maybe
that's-
in 5 years from now, when they recoup that $5 million over time, then it is feasible.
Yeah, I mean, even restaurants open expecting to have a loss the first 3 years.
Right, but
I mean,
the as of right project that we looked at and we provided in our application to the board, which was a as of right commercial development, lost $17 million in capital
but in a
value.
set period of time. And the last comment I'll make, and I'll pass it on because a lot of other people have comments, is just to, I think Jeff, no, it wasn't you, it was Rick, said something about how we wouldn't have the waterfront project part without this. And it's been clarified that you're required to give us waterfront access. So yes, it would be smaller, but we would not.
I can only speak to the numbers, so I'll let Jeff answer that.
Okay, but like, I just want to, I'm not, that was just put out there.
No, I can answer.
If you
if
build on
like.
that, you would have to give us waterfront access. And then I
Yeah.
do want to ask one other question. The 20% that you said we would have public access, does that include a semi-public property? And is this just the square foot of the land, or is this 20% of the project? I'm guessing I know the answer to that, but 20%, does that mean I could walk into it at any time, public access, or does that include the semi-public space?
So that's I believe it's the area in the back, which is all publicly accessible. There's a semi-public, there's the residential court on 46th Avenue, but 20% of the property would be publicly accessible in the back.
100% of the time.
No, sorry, 20, yes, 20% of, well, okay, so there's a portion that is the retail terrace. So that is.
But that is included in that.
Yes, yeah.
That was my question. So it's not 100% publicly accessible space.
Not 100% of it, right.
Okay.
I mean, it's
So the
public.
retail terrace would be closed? I'm sorry.
Hey, Jeff, the retail terrace isn't fenced, right? So the retail terrace is actually accessible. You can walk up the retail terrace and back down the stairs into the accessible space.
100% of the time, 24/7.
Yeah, it's not going to be fenced.
That was my question. Thank you.
And I think the 20% he's saying is that whole rear part of the property is 20%.
Yes.
Of the
But a
site.
portion of that you're required to do anyway. So it's not like all
So
that minimum
answer your
give back.
question, I think what I was saying was that if the project, like, you only really have to have a short public walkway, which is 89 feet by 40 feet. But we don't really have to make a connection to it per zoning. we're making a connection to it with an upland connection, which is a space bigger, larger in square footage than we're actually required to have. And what we're doing without this project being built, you wouldn't have if nothing ever gets built here, you won't have a connection to Annabelle Basin from Vernon. That's what I was stating. And so I'm just
No, I
indicating.
understand. I got that. Thank you. But the part that's required is what percentage of the 20%?
It's 89 feet by 40.
As opposed to the required part?
Yeah. So that the part that's required is 89 by 40. So it's 3,500 and some odd square feet.
Versus what you're proposing, which is?
Yes, which is over 8,000.
Okay, so it's about 35%, a little more than about 40% of it is required.
Yeah. And it's in the back, but it wouldn't be accessible from Vernon necessarily because it's, the upland.
Just calculating what the community give back is that you're proposing versus what we're getting. Or you're proposing. Thank you.
Versus what's required. If I
You
can just
guys can get back to us.
Hold on.
Like,
I want to
you-
step in here and interject for a moment. I'm sorry. I want to interject because this is a tremendously important project, and it's tremendously important to the community. But I also want us to be focused, and I want to give everybody who wants to speak a chance to speak, and I want to be respectful of our housing and land use chairs and their responsibility for running this hearing. But I do want to step in because I also am mindful of the time, and I want to make sure that what we're doing here is being mindful that the vote is not until next month, and I want to make sure we get answered as many of the questions we have as possible, and so that we keep this moving along. But also, I don't want to take away anybody's right to ask questions, and we also have a public hearing, so we have the public to ask questions as well. So if we have a few more people to go, is it okay if we move along? You're muted, Lisa.
I would also suggest that, we're going to vote in June. We could take this back to land use, and I would, impose upon the developers to come back to land use. And then we can have, all of you who are here asking questions can ask those questions at the committee level, if that's, that's possible, because there are people who are signed up for public testimony. We want to hear from them too.
So let's let anyone who hasn't spoken yet speak, and I'll ask all of our board members to limit their questions or their time to 2 or 3 minutes, just like we asked the public to, and be focused. And then either if we get the answers we want, we get the answers we want. If we don't, that's an answer too.
So the next person is Frank. I'll just read them off. There's Frank, and then Kenny, and then Mary, and then Laura.
Thanks, Lisa. I'll be super brief. So I guess my question was, LAC developed originally, it was supposed to have 300 residential units, but it ended up having 10,000 units, right? So you ended up having this kind of disconnect between what was developed and what was invested in. The administration had told us, LIC was really going to be positioned more as a mixed use neighborhood because they wanted to swing the pendulum, right, away from 100% residential for more vibrancy. And I know there's different tax credits in the government, but did you guys go to the government officials, the new administration, around what could be done around a more comprehensive vision, just for something more mixed use, especially post Amazon, and just kind of what was their response? Did you get any response? And then my second quick question is just around new legislation around voting efficiency. Like there are for-profit developers in Brooklyn making 100% electrical buildings now. Legislation will require this development to be happening by 2027. It's not required by you, but what are your building energy efficiencies, especially relative to like local law 97 and the new introduction of the electrical bill? Thank you.
In terms of the mixture of uses, what the analysis shows is that we get the reasonable return with this mixture of uses and at this density. And the fact is that the light industrial uses, if they were included in this development, would not allow us to get a reasonable return at this density. While we'd like to include them, it's just not financially feasible given the premium costs, the existing, what's already been spent and the projected, which, gets you up to $18 million in cleanup costs. It's just the development program that we have come up with, which is residential and retail, is what allows us to overcome those costs. In terms of building energy and efficiency, Allison, I don't know if we're in a position to talk about that yet, just because.
Jeff, I can just jump in.
Sure.
You're on mute, Amir.
Okay, sorry about that. So Quadrum, just for the folks that don't know, are currently building and have built quite sustainable buildings. We're currently in London, building the most sustainable office building there, and also approved by the community boards in London. We strive to make sure our developments are environmentally friendly and sustainable and go over and beyond what the cities ask of us. So we would probably and hopefully would do the same here.
Thank you. Frank, did you get your questions answered? Yes. Kenny?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I'll also try to be brief, just because I'm in complete agreement with all the speakers before me. Christine, it's clearly not in context. You don't have to be, a genius to see that it's not in context. Steve, brings up no hardship, absolutely true. Sheila brings up the period of time for your profitability. You basically did not answer that. You kind of double talked around that. Frank has brought up various issues of environmental concern. And again, we're getting sort of the minimum on that. For me, Quadrum, you're an investment group focused on opportunities worldwide. I'm quoting from your website. You've been around a long time. You're a sophisticated company. You've got investments all over the world. You've got investors pouring money into your company. You're not stupid. What are you doing here? It's like you're doing something here that's going to be a profit for you and your investors. There's nothing wrong with that, but it should not be on our backs. It should not be on the community's back, for one thing. Secondly, to call it a hardship is really absurd. You're not stupid. You got into this thing with your eyes wide open. This building has been flipped how many times, each time becoming more valuable. So my question is, you're either totally arrogantly assuming that you're going to get your way with the BSA and you're going to get your way with all the people that you appear before and all the entities you appear before, or unless you're really dumb, you must have a plan B if your BSA application does not go through. What is your plan B?
I do just want to comment on the financials. Just to make it clear that our financial analysis is consistent with the accepted methodology at the BSA.
That I understand. I'm not interested in methodology. I've done work as a statistician. And I know that that's all just how you work the numbers. As Sheila mentioned, if you were willing to have your payout to your investors be over a longer period of time, we wouldn't even be discussing hardship. My question is very simple and straightforward. If you do not get your way with the BSA, what is your plan B? You're not coming new to the dance. You've been in this game for a long, long time. You've been before many government entities. You're either just absolutely assuming that you're going to get what you want, or you must have a plan B.
Well, I think we're trying to be hopeful that we will get through the BSA process.
So hope is how Quadrum makes its profit?
Right. I mean, we've spent a lot of money on cleaning up the property, which I should point out is an advantage for the community. I mean, 13 million.
Well, yeah, you had to. What percentage, by the way, does the brownfield program pay on your cleanup costs?
I may have to pull in Jack to get into more details on the brownfield tax program.
Oh, it's a simple question.
Yeah.
It pays, the brownfield tax credits come in two parts. One is for the remediation. That's been audited, and DEC has, on the basis of their audit, has granted $13 million or so in tax credits to remediate what was a significant amount.
And
Can I just the second part of it, which is known as tangible property, which is a part that you cannot get until you complete the building, and that has a absolute dollar cap on what you can get out of that. So
So did you just misspeak? Because earlier you had said you had 13 million in expenses, and now you just said you had 13 million in tax credits.
Well, the remediation cost has a direct relationship to the tax credit that you get. You get paid in tax credits. And
So it's a wash. It's like zero. They cancel each other out.
you get paid in tax credits that you can
Over
apply
time,
against
Jack.
your state taxes.
But Jack, how many years do you get? How many years is that over?
It's not spread over time. It's a direct tax credit against your New York state taxes.
And the amount, Jack, is 3 million, right? For the site prep costs. It's 3.25 million, I believe.
Let me just bring that up so that I can be consistent.
While you're looking that up, Jack, I just want to barge in here for a moment, and I just want to follow up on one of Kenny's questions. So Kenny was asking what percentage of your costs for cleanup are covered.
Maury, I can answer the question. It's Michael Bogan. I'm from Site Paget as well.
I want a percentage, a number, simple. I mean,
I can give it to you. It's for the site preparation credit, which is based on the amount you spend on cleanup. It's 28% of every dollar that you spend. So 28 cents on the dollar. That's what you get back.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a pretty good amount.
Which, by the way, we have factored in.
I mean, Kenny, the program was just re-upped again for 10 years in the governor's budget.
So
and
to what
the state sets those amounts in order to encourage people to come in and clean up sites that otherwise aren't going to get cleaned up.
Sure. So what's the expected percentage of profit?
Profit. I mean, we have factored in the cost, the value of the tax credits into our analysis, which then still shows the loss.
That's not what I asked, though. I asked what's your goal? What is your percentage of profit that you anticipate?
The profit's not calculated on a percentage basis. It's a revenue flow. And this is a revenue flow on a rental project that
go on
around for 35 or 40 years. So
thank you.
It's not a percentage profit.
Thank you.
It's not like
I understand.
For sale project.
It's that
Okay.
answers Sheila's question
Yes.
Okay,
about
so-
the overtime profitability.
Right. Okay, I'm going to let other people take on from here.
It took us 45
Underwriting.
minutes to Sheila's answer. Thank you. So now listen, I don't mean to be rude or overly direct, but this is what I just want to say, because we need to move on to public comment. What I want to say here very simply is, we understand you're a for-profit business. I have a small business. It is a for-profit business. I am not in the business of losing money. I want to pay my bills and eat and support my family. So I get it. I understand you're a for-profit business, okay? But for us as the community, just as your responsibility is to your shareholders and to make as much profit as you can and take advantage of tax laws and take advantage of programs, our job is to have oversight for the community and to ask the question, what's in it for us? And one of the big questions I think people have is, how are the community benefiting? Your answer is, we're cleaning it up. Well, if it wasn't you, it would be somebody else. And it might be somebody else who's going to give more affordable housing, more community benefits, public space, etc. And so we get to the end, which is, what's in it for the community? And that'll be left to the board to decide whether there's enough of a benefit for the community or not to support it. But I think that's kind of sums up where we're getting these questions and kind of hearing your side of it and hearing the community. And now I think I'll shut up and ask to move on to invite the community to speak or ask questions and comment.
Does Anatole have the list?
Yes, Anatole has the list. He just posted it in. Steve Edgar is the first person. Steve, are you still here with us? If you come back, we'll call on you. Thomas Pano?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Yes. It sounds like to me we've been through this before. The BSA has a very bad reputation in this neighborhood. They have an utterly dismal track record, so I see why you're trying to play with them. And it sounds like your group is working city planning and the BSA and sort of cherry picking through the two to make your proposal look good. So because you're doing that, I really urge that the Land Use Committee open this back up again. So what I'm referring to with the BSA dismal record is back in 2008, there was a City University of New York student faculty housing proposal on 45th, just a block away from your site. That proposal went through. The developers got 8 variances to build their luxury tower. But the few days after they got their approval, Cuny backed out of the deal. So why am I talking about something that happened in 2008? That lot became a waste ground for construction waste, litter, pools of water, and rats. That lot still exists today. So if your plan B is to flip this, the community will end up with the same sort of lot. Plus your numbers on elevation for sea level rise are way off. They have nothing to do with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change or even the New York Panel on Climate Change. You're just playing the game that city planning gives you for waterfront property, which goes back 20 years. It has nothing to do with current sea level rise. I live 1 block away from this project and you're putting me in danger. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up is Charles Yu.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good evening. My name is Charles Yu, Senior Director of Business Assistance at the Long Island City Partnership. And access to waterfront is one of the greatest assets of Long Island City. While the 2 waterfront parks are well utilized by local residents and visitors from everywhere, access to open space continues to be a challenge for the upland. Responding to this challenge, I think this proposal will remove barriers and open up access to the Annabelle Basin waterfront for the first time to the public, and is directly accessible from Vernon Boulevard. It will also create a new landscaped public space that that comes with seating, plantings, and pathways that is accessible by the community. While we hope that there will be a comprehensive development strategy for the entire neighborhood, This project will not preclude that from happening. But if this project does not move forward, it will be a real missed opportunity to expand access to the waterfront and create more publicly accessible open space, both of which are among the top priorities of this community. For these reasons, I hope that the community board will give this a strong consideration to support the proposal at 4540 Vernon Boulevard.
Thank you. Next up is Brendan Levy. Brendan, are you with us?
Hi, I'm dry. Yep, I am. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Did you say you're driving?
I am, unfortunately, and pulling over momentarily. Unfortunately, this meeting went on way longer than I anticipated, so bear with me.
All right, Brendan, are you pulled over?
I am at this time. To make it real simple, the Queens Chamber of Commerce is who I'm commenting on behalf of. The Chamber stands in support of this project at 4540 Vernon Boulevard for a number of reasons. Removing barriers to the waterfront, opening up Hannibal Basin waterfront for the first time to the public access to the basin directly from Vernon Boulevard, providing landscaped open space on over 20% of the property to the community with seating, plantings, pathways would be an improvement over the current situation, providing over 9,000 square feet of retail space, which will complement the existing retail stores in Vernon Boulevard by increasing foot traffic and the much needed jobs, which is often a focus of the Queens Chamber, jobs, and jobs. Preserving the low scale of Vernon Boulevard, retaining the Paragon Paint Factory building and setting it back, the new residential tower, by 80 feet off of Vernon, which is a much steeper setback in comparison to the earlier proposal. Also preserving the industrial character of Long Island City. I'm an original resident from the Astoria LIC area, and listen, that building is a historic building and it maintains the aesthetic. And we believe that's in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. The variance application was originally filed in 2015, was placed on hold while various rezoning and redevelopment proposals were put forward by the city and reviewed by the community. The owner spent $13 million environmentally remediating the property, and he's had to continue to carry the vacant property as the city's had to review multiple rezoning proposals. It's unreasonable to continue to stall the development of the site and wait for yet another plan to be put forward, especially since this proposal for the site has been revised to be responsive in many ways to the community concerns. So we vote in favor. We ask that the community board to consider approving this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Perfect timing.
Yep.
Jason Hilliard.
Yes, I'm here.
You can start.
Yes, my name is Jason Hilliard. I'm the Director of Government Affairs from the New York Building Congress, and we believe that this proposal should be approved and moved forward. I won't rehash all of the points that was previously stated, which we support. But one thing that I do want to point out is the need for increasing housing stock in New York. Many families are in need, especially as we come out of this pandemic, and this will be creating that space for that need. In addition, we believe that this is a natural evolution and is in line with many of the comprehensive planning goals that have been discussed for the district. So, and taking the community suggestions, the developers have did the responsible thing and moving, setting back the tower 80 feet when it originally was placed back 37 feet, lowering the height of the building from almost 300 feet, lowering it 60 feet to almost 230 feet, as well as making sure that the contextual industrial facade is maintained to keep the fabric of the community intact. And with that, I would like to conclude my testimony.
Thank you. Melissa?
Hi, I'm here.
Can someone mute themselves? Badra.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Badra. Okay, Melissa, you ready?
Okay, so my name is Melissa. I'm a resident in Long Island City for 26 years. I'm a single parent and I'm up with my daughter now because I'm so passionate about this. I'm requesting that CB2 reject this BSA application for 6 variances to the property of 4540 Vernon Boulevard. A 23-story luxury tower on Vernon further exasperates the inequities in our community. Our community has already decided it does not want that height of building on Vernon, so why entertain this height variance, which will further erode the stark contrast between what the community needs, open space, affordable housing, and give it to a building will contain those which in its luxury self, not a right to all of the Long Island City residents. Also, the building is in a flood zone, but as we heard tonight, that the residents in that building will be protected, but what about us in the upland community? We will not be protected. Also, the tower is roughly 10 times what we estimate the developer would need to recoup their costs and investment, far above the minimum needed for relief of hardship. So we can discuss that. We already talked about that. Also, they want a big box store tenant to maximize the rent. Even if they offer it to smaller businesses, prices will be out of reach for most local enterprises. As we have seen, this neighborhood is no longer affordable. We also believe that the developer has established a lack of responsibility for their hardship. Plus, Quadrum is getting a huge tax refund for cleaning the site, which we already heard of. Also, the aerial views and rendering that they've developed are misleading and don't show how our neighbors, where our sunlight will be blocked. So do only luxury residency have access to sunlight? Your LIC plans for this property also showed it expanding to 44th Drive. That raises a concern that the BSA variance could have more extensive implications. And finally, it's going to be in the bike lane, which will be blocked on Vernon Boulevard. For these reasons, we ask that CB2 reject the application and send expert testimony to the BSA hearing in June.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Next up is Lisa Gorin.
Hi, I think Diane is actually next. Diane.
Oh.
Lisa spoke earlier.
I did, but
I'm sorry, I missed Diane. Yeah. Well, why don't you go ahead since you're here?
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to, first of all, request that my earlier testimony, which went into general comments by mistake, be included in this hearing, showing that I am requesting that the board reject this application. I want to just restate that the building absolutely alters the essential character of Vernon Boulevard and the neighborhood. It is not on the East River waterfront, but simply set back a bit from Vernon. It totally, spot zoning again is a real problem. That is why we've, advocated and the board has for a comprehensive plan for Annabelle Basin. And third, if the BSA is a proposal is approved, there will be no opportunity for due process and community input, and that is a real problem. So please do include my earlier testimony and bring that to the BSA hearing in June. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Next up is Diane. I'm sorry, Diane, for changing the order.
No worries.
Also, Diane, right before you go, I just want to ask, Melissa said that somebody else wanted to speak. Can someone drop in the email address so that this other person can email the office because she had to go? That way her testimony can be stored with the office and or shared with the committee. Thank you. All right. Diane, whenever you're ready.
My name is Diane. I'm here tonight to request that CB2 send a representative to testify against the Paragon BSA application in June, and that CB2 seek legal expertise to refute the 5 points that Quadrum's legal team will make. 1, they claim the building is in character with its surroundings. It is not. The placement of a 23-story luxury housing across from mostly 1- and 2-story buildings is wildly out of context, and if allowed to happen, would threaten our very important mixed-use, low-rise residential and small manufacturing district. They are claiming financial hardship due to their cleanup costs and their holding costs. These costs are a tiny fraction of the profit to be made if this massive project is improved. Quadrum Global was a spin-off from a Moscow-based hedge fund, which has used the Cayman Islands as a tax shelter. Their investments in large developments throughout the US do not need a subsidy from us. They are knowledgeable investors seeking the highest possible return. There's no law against that, but the BSA requirement is to provide the minimum benefit to allow a reasonable profit. It is not to provide maximum return to speculators. The BSA requires that the developers show that they or their predecessor did not create their present hardship. CB2 strongly refuted this in 2016, but now the developers come up with a new argument. They claim their agreement with the New York State DEC to clean the site under the special voluntary status means that they are free of any liability, but the voluntary status is only to protect them from being sued by the state for any contamination. It does not alter the history of who was responsible and when. Please vote no against a 23-story tower on Vernon Boulevard tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you all for everybody who has participated and who has made comments. If this goes out to everyone, even if you spoke here, it would be very advantageous for the committee and the office to have your written words. If you have it, please email, and the email's in the chat, please email the office, and we'll make sure the committee gets it as well. Thank you so much, everybody, for participating. Is that everybody on the list, Anatole? Okay.
Oh, no, there's one more.
Alka left.
Okay, then that was everyone.
Sorry, Anatole. Thank you. And thank you to the developers and all your team for coming to present. Thank you. This is going to conclude this part of the meeting, and we're going to.
Maury, I just want to add one thing, which is we are going to upload all the documents from their original presentation, the things we had in the chat, onto the website. So everyone here on the board and people who are interested can review the documents that we have.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, and just to all of our board members, thank you for your patience. I know it's a long meeting. It's our marathon meeting of the year, it seems like, and I appreciate it. So we're gonna move now and close the public part of the meeting and move into the business part. We invite everybody who's here. If you are an insomniac and want to stay and watch, please, you're welcome to stay, watch, observe, watch your community in operation. And we will start with the attendance. Madam Secretary.
Indeed, but when I look at the agenda, it says that we're supposed to have the presentation of proposed new bylaws. Is that?
Oh my God, yes. How can I forget? Why are you the only one that pointed that out? Sheila.
Thanks. I got confused about, because I know that we also wanted to invite public comment at this time. Boy, we're gonna try to go real quick because we're not presenting all the pages because that would we'd all be here way too much longer. Yeah. So just as quickly as I can. I'll speak fast, so just cut me off if I'm speaking too fast.
Sheila, don't speak too fast. This is really, really important. How often do we redo the entire bylaws? The whole reason we asked one Department of Transportation thing was because we wanted to give time to them and we want to give time to you. And I know it's a long meeting, but.
All right.
No, if the bylaws are really important, shouldn't it go for another meeting?
Well, the vote is not happening until June. And so there will be additional feedback, but we did want to point out some of the changes so that the public could hear them now and have a month to provide feedback next month, as well as the board. So I'll move quickly with my.
Can I interrupt? Is there going to be a public meeting for the public before the June meeting, or are we?
No, this is the public. These are the public meetings.
Oh my gosh. Okay. This is going to be a long meeting. Thanks.
Well, this one and next one. And I can share screen, I guess, to show them. See if I'm not allowed yet.
Sheila, do you want me to do that? So you can
Lisa,
you got it.
Lisa, can you?
Yeah, I can do it.
Privileges.
just to throw this out, a couple of things.
Sheila, you have privileges.
Lisa's going to do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Sure. Okay, Lisa, you got privileges.
So just very quickly, gratitude to the task force, my task force co-chair, Lisa Deller, and the members of the task force team. That's Danielle, Sally, Kat, Norberto, let's see, Nick, Lauren. They were all members of the bylaws revision task force, and Maury joined us as well. To past co-chairs, Pat O'Brien and Denise Kean Smith and Lisa Deller, who really, and our current chair, Murray Galanoy, who really, every one of those chairs took steps toward getting this process going. And so here we are now. We had an aspirational start. We discussed the values to hold as a task force, and within these bylaws, these values we upheld throughout the process were of equity, inclusion, anti-racism, humility, and transparency. While these values are not listed in the bylaws, we felt it was important to remind ourselves to consider the revisions through those lenses that included them. We reviewed the charter and samples from other community boards from around the city. We were fortunate to receive much guidance and support from the Queens Borough President's Office and their General Counsel, Alan Swisher. Alan attended many of the meetings and worked tirelessly to support the efforts and offered many suggested edits and fine-tuned legalese. The task force presented a draft to the executive committee, and we incorporated some of the comments from them into this final draft. They offered some good suggestions and caught something that we hadn't caught too. And so this draft of the bylaws, we want, like I said, the board and the community to have a full month to come back with any suggestions or comments. We are not going to read all 15 pages, and so, but I'm going to divide this up with the task force, and each of us is going to highlight some of the differences. So first up is Lisa to talk about the duties and responsibilities of all members and describe what the public members.
Okay, I'm not muted. Everybody who's a member of community board knows that, joining the board is like a sacred trust, and it requires that, once you're appointed, somebody has something, a radio on.
I'm Mr. Margaret.
Can you?
Can everybody mute, please?
Okay, and so you're appointed by the borough president, and the members, so you're required to attend meetings regularly and participate in meetings of committees. Members must serve and actively participate on at least one committee. And if you're not doing that now, some of you are doing more than one committee, please remember that one committee is the minimum requirement. And now that's in our bylaws. Members who are unable to attend a meeting need to inform the chair and the district manager. A lot of you do that now, but not everybody does that. Prior to the meeting or as soon as possible, and excused absences shall be recorded as due to illness, employment obligations, death in the family, family emergency, military or other compulsory services, religious observance, planned vacations, and other reason at the discretion of the chairperson. A lot of people currently have poor attendance records, and the executive committee has spent a lot of time talking about that. And, we're going to be taking it seriously. Members shall participate in debate and vote on all matters before the board, their appointed committee during their presence at the session, except where a conflict of interest, there's a conflict of interest in your participation. And it notes here, chapter 68. And if you want to go look at the city charter, chapter 68 is all about conflict of interest. Members are expected to vote and act in accordance with their understanding of community best interest. That's why we have things like public hearings tonight. We want to make sure everybody's well informed. Members are expected to devote their best effort toward understanding issues. Please come to hearings that aren't at the board meeting, and come to committee meetings. Members are expected to treat other members, community members, representatives of city, state, federal agencies, etc., with respect and courtesy. We remind people on the Zoom all the time now that that's an important criteria for participating in the board.
Can you scroll down?
What's that? Yes.
Scroll down.
Oh, sorry. There you go. Removal of members, you can be removed. And we haven't done that in my memory very much, but it's possible. For cause by the borough president or by a majority vote of the community board on which the member sits. If the chairperson determines, and you can see it here, that there's reason for removal, then you will get 10 days notice. It will be considered by the executive committee, at which a potential removal will be discussed. If a majority of the executive committee with a quorum present votes in favor to remove you, then it will be placed on the agenda at the next meeting and you can be removed. So just, think about it's a possibility. It's not something anybody wants to accuse anybody of. It's not something we want to see people be removed. This is for our public members, and this has been near and dear to our hearts. So you can see here, it's criteria for public members, which the city charter allows for, but we've never really codified as a process. And so Sheila and I have been talking about this for about 1.5 years, at the very least. And where we've come with the committee is that public members cannot make up more than 20% or 2 persons, whichever is lower, of the overall membership of a committee, subcommittee, or working group. You need to treat your public membership as if you were a real member. You need to participate actively. You need to attend meetings. You can vote. And you cannot be chair. I mean, that's the main thing. And that is laid out by the city charter. So you can have a member, but it can't be its chairperson. The public members are expected to vote. They're expected to observe board behavior, treat everybody with respect, abide by provisions of the bylaws like anybody else. And the chairperson shall endeavor to appoint public members to each committee with the goal of providing opportunities for members of lesser constituencies to participate in the work of the board, as well as to afford opportunities for those with specific technical expertise to support the board work. And that was really an important discussion for us all, because it's really to include people who are not typically, may not select to be a board member, but they really want to contribute to the board. So I think that's it. I can't, my throat is sore.
No, thank you, Lisa. And I was going to say, Kelly, I see your hand up, but can we save all the questions till all the parts are, because you may have additional questions you want to add to what you have. Thank you. So the next up to present the sections are Danielle for officers eligibility, nomination and election process, and duty, election process. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Sheila. So I'm gonna highlight key points about eligibility to run for office or positions and the nomination and election process. First, I want to note that we will have one new officer position, which is parliamentarian. To be eligible for election as an officer, board members must have attended at least 2/3 of both regular board meetings and their assigned committee meetings. They cannot be a paid employee of the mayor or the governor's offices, and they cannot have served more than 4 terms prior to in the office they are seeking. In addition, to be eligible for election as chairperson or first vice chairperson, members must have completed at least 1 full year as a board member. So now this is new. At the November regular board meetings, members seeking office must announce their candidacy, and they will have up to 2 minutes to address the full board about their candidacy. If a member intending to run cannot attend the November meeting, we will make, we can make an adjustment for that. They need to let the chair and the district manager know, and they can submit a written statement. Note that this hasn't changed, but note that members can only run for 1 office at a time. And now the election will be held in December during the regular board meeting. For contested offices, voting will be by secret ballot, although each member's vote will be recorded in the meeting minutes. For uncontested offices, membership will be vote by acclamation. That is what we did in this past cycle. So this is also new. The board will use a ranked choice voting system to elect candidates. I think this is very exciting. It mirrors what we do in the city for city elections. If a candidate receives over 50% of first preference rankings, that candidate is elected. If no candidate receives a majority of first preference rankings, an instant runoff will occur. It will be conducted in rounds just as the city elections are done. And this is the process we will use moving forward if you all vote for the bylaws. The terms of the officers shall now be, well, as always, will be 1 year, but now they will run from January 1st to December 31st of the year following the election.
Thank you, Danielle. Just to clarify, since because there was Kelly's point, the bylaws for every community board are unique. So they are not standard. So there is no singular training on the bylaws, which is why it's so important to get everybody's input and feedback and for everyone to understand, what we're proposing, what they were. And then, and I didn't say, and I meant to, I also did want to really thank the borough president, Donovan Richards, for making it a mandate that the boards do this. And so I'm going to move on. So now Kat is going to speak on the duties of officers.
Thank you very much. Please bear with me. I'm recovering from a sinus infection, so my voice is a little weird. The first officer is the chairperson, and their purview is to lead the community board and to represent us solely, like the things that they do, just them. They refer materials from agencies to committees. They set the agenda and they run exec and board meetings. They represent the board outwardly, including public relations. They sign all letters of official business of the board, or they designate someone to do that. They can remove committee members or chairs and prescribe procedures for effectiveness. And they're voting members of the board and executive committee. And then they have activities that they do in collaboration. And so with the executive committee, they create working groups of the board. And then with the personnel committee, they supervise the district manager. The first vice chair is basically the chair's second. They are the backup to the chair in their absence at meetings. They assist the chairperson with any tasks that they might need, and they're also a voting member of the board and executive committee. The second vice chair is the chair's third. And so same as above, but they work with the first vice chair and chair as needed, and they preside over meetings in the chair or first vice chair's absence. The secretary records all the business of the meetings. So again, same as above, they assist when asked by the chair and their voting members of the board and exec committees. They certify minutes of the executive and board meetings, and they confirm quorum at both of them. They are fourth in line of succession if all above are absent. And then we have the treasurer, which is me. I prepare the budget. So again, same as above, assisting when asked by chair, the voting member of the board and of the executive committee. I am to submit a quarterly report on board and operational budget, although I have not gotten any like clear understanding of how I need to do that. So I apologize if I'm lacking on that. Submit the budget priorities to the board prior to each fiscal year, which I believe we vote on that in November. Is that correct? So we put it together over the summer and then, yeah. Fifth in line of succession if all above are absent. And then finally, the new position, the parliamentarian, they keep us in line. So they keep they have the knowledge, they are the knowledge bank for bylaws, for the New York City Charter and Robert's Rules of Order. They rule on procedures of Robert's Rule of Order and can be overruled with a motion and majority board vote. If the parliamentarian themselves make a motion, then the chair rules on the Robert's Rules of Order. And then finally, they do additional tasks at the direction of the chairperson, and they are a non-voting member of the executive committee. So there are 5 total voting members of the executive committee, and there are 6 members of the executive committee, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Kat. So the next section and another section were assigned to Nick, who is a member of the bylaws revisions task force, but he is unable to be here. So I'm going to quickly summarize these. So in the removal of officers, officers may resign whenever they want, by the way. There is also a process to remove officers. And like you said, Lisa, with removal of members, I haven't seen it happen for officers. So the process to remove an officer starts with a resolution put forward by any member at a regular meeting and then must be approved by a 2/3 majority. And if the resolution passed, then a 3-member committee is appointed by the chair to evaluate whether or not a forced removal is warranted. More details in the full draft. Should a vacancy occur voluntarily in the office of the chairperson, Maureen, no one's suggesting that. And the vice chair would assume the office of chairperson, and the second vice chair would assume the office of first vice chair, unless the first vice chair doesn't want it, so, but it would be in that, you must understand if you're taking first vice chair, that if anything does happen, that the chair needs to step away, that you will be assuming that role and so forth. If there are any other officer vacancies except for the chair, that would trigger a special election that would follow the steps that we outlined, that Danielle outlined in the elections, including intentions to run at one meeting, and then the subsequent meeting would have voting that may or may not have ranked choice voting, depending on how many people run. And so now I will turn it over to Lauren for committees.
Okay. So in the committee section, we laid out information about the executive committee, the composition, their duties and responsibilities. That's not delineated in the current bylaws that we have. So the executive committee is comprised of the board officers. As far as their primary responsibility, it's to coordinate the actions of the standing committee, and then they do other things in coordination with the district manager. They direct the internal budgeting and spending. They are also involved with the capital and expense budgets and involved with the attendance records, and then they can act on behalf of the board in emergency situations. What we've also created is a personnel committee. Did not exist before, but that's comprised of the executive committee members and at least 3 additional members who are nominated by the board chair and confirmed by the executive committee. And it's the board chair that serves as the chair of the personnel committee. And the responsibilities of the personnel committee, it's to help the chairperson in supervising the district manager So they'll help, and they do that by developing annual revision of statement of duties for the district manager, as well as designing an annual evaluation process for the district manager. And then there's certain things that they do in consultation with the district manager. They develop and administer an annual evaluation process for employees that are supervised by the district manager. And they also develop a process for soliciting applications and interviewing candidates for employment. And then they can advise the chairperson on personnel matters as needed as they come up. And then in the final section of this part, we talk about the standing committees that exist. We have some listed here. It's not an inclusive list, as committees can be created as needed or dissolved as needed. But the one thing that I wanted to point out in this section is the creation of a bylaws committee. So there is a sense that that the bylaws are to be reviewed once every 4 years. So the chairperson can create a committee to do that. I think.
Were you going to mention working groups?
No, I thought that was Norberto. I thought it was somebody else. Is that?
Oh, you're
me?
right. I'm sorry. Okay. And Norberto had to leave. So I'm just going to, and he had, thank you. And I did want to also thank Debbie, because Debbie was present for a lot of meetings and she did help give a lot of input, especially when we were discussing personnel committee on some practical matters. So as Debbie wanted to give you that. So Norberto, committee membership procedures, working groups. And so I'm going to read the summary that he gave to me that he was going to share. Includes a configuration. So committee memberships include a configuration of no less than 5 appointed and voting members as selected by the chairperson in consultation with the executive committee. Each person has 1 vote. And only the chairperson serves as a non-voting member of each committee. Haha. That was in the old bylaws too, Maury. And each committee shall have at least 1 committee chair, and the chair cannot be public member, which was mentioned before. And with the consultation with the executive committee, chairperson may remove any committee member or committee chair, as discussed before, so I'll jump ahead. In this article, we also discussed the working groups, which would be created upon the recommendation of the chair in consultation with the executive committee or the full board. And that is to establish and examine, report on issues that can arise at any time, and that have a limited period of time, a limited scope. They must have a minimum of 1 appointed member, full member, but they do not have to have more full members of the board. They might have other people like specialists or consultants. And then, so they may have like 1 month to look at a particular block and come back with a report to the board, to the executive committee. So that's the working groups. And then I'm going to go again because Nick isn't here for meetings and hearings, quorum and voting. So just going to talk about the differences from before. And we added to this because we know that it's once a month. We don't necessarily meet over the summer unless the chair decides we need to. And that each meeting is separated into public session and business section, as you've seen tonight. What we did add in writing is the public session shall be held at the beginning of each meeting for up to 1 hour, during which time shall be set aside to hear from the public. And the chairperson may limit the number of speakers on the same topic, and each person would get no more than 2 minutes. Then the business section, then public hearings. We included a thing about public hearings. And so there are the public hearings for ULURP, which are required. That's in the city charter. And then we also are required by the city charter to hold monthly public hearings regardless of ULURP. And so they may or may not coincide with ULURP. They may or may not coincide with regular monthly meetings, but there must be a monthly public hearing. And then special meetings, that the board may hold special meetings, which is a meeting of the full membership of the board on an occasion other than a regular meeting. That may or may not be an additional ULURP meeting or a public hearing. A special meeting may be held at the request of the chairperson or upon a resolution adopted by the board membership at a regular meeting. So quorum and voting, we did not change anything on that about what a quorum is, and that each person has 1 vote and there's no proxy voting. And now I'll turn it over to Sally to close us out with district manager, open meetings, transparency amendments.
Hey everyone, so I'm just going to highlight some of the changes in these sections. So the district manager section outlines the responsibilities of the manager. And I think the main things that I want to flag are just like management of the website, and emphasizing that the district manager takes direction from the chair of the board, who's elected by the board member. So that was always true, but I think it's just important for everyone to know. And then moving on to the next section, the open meetings and transparency section. I think, again, the main emphasis from my perspective in change is on the website and communicating regularly what's happening before and after both meetings, with a reasonable amount of time for the public to engage. So in the way that we're doing this now, unfortunately, it is nearly 11 o'clock and that sucks. But the goal here was to have this conversation a full month before anyone voted on it, so everyone could engage in the content. And then the last section is on amendments, which I don't think anyone will be surprised by. And I don't recall us changing this significantly, but the majority of the board must vote to amend the bylaws. And it would have to be after the whole board and the community has time to be aware of the proposal, similar to what we're doing tonight. I don't know, Sheila, if there's anything else you'd want to flag, but
I think that summed it up nicely. Anybody else who was on the task force, is there anything jumping out at you that you remember that we missed because it's almost 11? And then this is on the Community Board 2 website for the public, for the board. So please take your time to, read them, and you can even just write in that you think they're great. That's fine too. We like that. So Maury, I hand it back to you. I think there was Kelly had her hand up before, but
thank you, Sheila. I just want to say again, thank you for everybody for hanging in there. This is the longest meeting we've had all year. It's the longest meeting since I've been the chair. We've had 4 public hearings. I know we have a bunch of new members, and sometimes it can be disorienting, kind of understanding what is a public hearing versus what is the meeting and what is this. So just so everybody who's new understands, the public hearings are those 4 things we had where we invited the public to come and talk and give comments. Those were the 3 land use items and the 1 DOT item. So we had 4 of those in one meeting, plus a bylaws presentation. The reason why we have the roll call so much later, because it seems confusing. Why are we doing roll call? The meeting's been on for 4 hours. This was very confusing to me when I first went to community board meetings before I was a member. Later found out that it's because the business part of the meeting hadn't started yet. So we're going to move on now to do the attendance. And I again thank everybody for hanging in there. This is unusual for this year. Part of it is, again, because we have so much to do. And also at the end of the year, there's a lot of stuff that comes up that needs to be done, like the land use issues. So now, Madam Secretary, can we do the attendance?
Indeed, we can. Maybe we'll do it real quick. So, Eric Hall, Ashraf.
Here.
John Bahia.
Here, John Bahia.
Carisha Baton is not here. Nicholas Berkowitz is excused. Sandra Begitchka. She was here earlier. I don't know what to do. I will have to mark her absent. Kat Bloomfield. Huh?
Absent if you're at attendance, right?
Excuse me?
My understanding is if you're not here at attendance, you get marked absent. Is that correct?
That's correct. If you're not here when they take attendance, you're not here.
I understand, but it's troubling given circumstances. Anyway, Kat, you here? Danielle Breckler?
Present.
Gianna Serbones, absent. Tanya Chavez?
Here.
Good. Osman Chowdhury?
Present.
Stephen Cooper,
Here.
Kelly Craig.
Here.
Thank you, Kelly. Warren Davis,
Present.
Sedeller.
Yeah.
Sally Frank,
Here.
Maury Gallinoy, we're here. William Garrett, absent. Somnath Gamir, absent. I'm here. Camille Gray,
Here.
Kenneth Greenberg,
Think I'm here.
Benjamin Gutman, absent. Christine Hunter,
Present.
Mohammed Jewel Chowdhury, absent. Hey, Kadrin Khan.
I'm here.
Hey, Shamang Lama,
I'm here.
Sheila Lewandowski,
Present.
Benjamin Lucas. Benji, you're here. I see you.
He's here.
I'll count you. Patrick Martinez.
I'm sorry, I ran out of battery in all of my headphones. So I was switching back to the normal computer sounds in the mess. Sorry.
We got you. Patrick Martinez, you still here? No?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's here.
Good. Kristen McGowan's excused. Thomas Matuzis,
I'm here, thank you.
Riley Owens,
I'm here.
Clara Oza,
I'm here.
Elliot Park,
Here.
Carla Perez,
Here.
Stephen Raga,
Here.
Selena Romero, absent. Catherine Sabal, absent. Norberto Saldana.
He left.
He was here, he just left right before, yeah.
Oh, so we have to count him absent.
Yeah.
But could we give these people excused that were here? I don't know. Anyway, Laura Shepard,
Here.
Ryan Smith,
Here.
Caroline Spitzer,
Here.
Lauren Springer,
Here.
Funtak Tashi,
Here.
Akello Thomas.
How you doing? I'm here.
Good. Mary Torres,
Here.
Anthony Tudela.
Hello, I'm here.
You were
He's here.
here. Oh, good.
I'm here.
Perfect. Frank Wu.
I'm here. Hey, guys.
Okay, I think we definitely have a quorum, and I have to say, I think we have the best attendance that we've had in a long time, even at this late date. Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So we need to approve the minutes. Do I have a motion for the April minutes?
I second.
No, I need a motion. Do you want to make the motion? Roz made a motion to approve the April minutes. As second.
I second.
Thomas Matuzis seconded. Anyone against approving the April minutes?
I'm just abstaining because I wasn't here.
Okay.
And same thing for me, Lauren. I'm abstaining as well. I wasn't here.
I'm
so-
also abstaining.
Who was
Who
that?
said that?
Kat.
Okay, so
Okay.
Sheila, Kat, and Tom, and who? Sheila, Kat, and who?
Lauren.
Lauren. Abstained. Okay. Very well. All right. So I'm gonna zip through my chairperson's report just to get a few words out so we can move along. So just a couple of quick things. The borough president had the swearing in. Welcome all you new members. Queensborough President Donovan Richards' State of the Borough is Friday, June 3rd. Anatole, can you drop in the link? You can do this to attend. You can follow this link to attend. It's on our link sheet. We've received all the requests for committee assignments from our new members, and we're in the midst of assigning those. So thanks all for doing that. If somebody who's on the board already and wants a new committee assignment, please reach out to the office and let me and Debbie know. Or if you want an additional committee, let us know. We've added a letters of support section to the website. If you go to the website and you click on projects, and it's in letters of support, some of the letters also are redundantly put in under the committee if a committee was responsible for it. Also, remember, folks, if anyone is here from the public, we have a newsletter sign up, so please sign up for the newsletter. We'll be launching that very soon. In terms of complaints, we had 36 complaints open and closed in April. The top complaints were potholes and damaged signage for DOT, garbage issues, and police department enforcement issues. Reminder to all the chairs, we have that shared Google Drive with your missions and stakeholders documents, please, and goals. Please make sure they're in there. YouTube, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. We need to get up to 100 subscribers to get a unique URL. And also I want to thank our veterans as a Memorial Day comes up in a couple of weeks. And thank you for your service to our country. I want to wish everybody who's a mother, happy Mother's Day. Have a safe Memorial weekend. And also I want to make sure we recognize that this month is Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So I think I had a link for that somewhere, but if there's a link for that, drop that in there, that's all, if you don't mind. And that's all for my report. Debbie?
All right, I'll make it very quick. I don't have too much. I want to thank Jason. He was our intern. He has just left us. He did an amazing job, and thank LaGuardia College for our interns. So thank you to Jason. We have Jocelyn, and we have Jocelyn to mid-June. They both were on fellowship programs from LaGuardia College. They were terrific. They're young, but they have grown immensely since they've been with CB2, and they really seem to work hard, and they were very good students. And we still have Jocelyn, which is a godsend to the office, as we are very short-staffed and a lot has to get done. I want to remind all of the board members, new, current, old, if your contact information has changed, phone numbers, email addresses, anything, your home addresses, please make sure the office is aware so we can update our records, because that's how we contact you, and that's how we give the information to the president's office when they ask us for it. So we need to keep our records current and make sure that everybody's information is there and important. We're continuing to upgrade the website and working to make it better and easier. It's easier now to get to the letters of support. Thank you, Maury, and the tech committee and everybody. We're working together to bring you as much as we can. It's a long meeting tonight, so thank you all again, and I look forward to continue to work with you.
And can we just have a big thank you to the office, who not only works all day, but then they stay on meetings like this where they're marathon. Mary Ann's here, or was earlier. Debbie's here. Thank you so much for being here and helping.
Mary Ann has a contractual issue. I have to let her go by a certain time. So.
Right, I understand. But she was here earlier, and I thanked her
Yes,
for that.
yes, she really is.
Yeah, so is city planning here?
No, they couldn't make it tonight.
Oh, okay.
She was out sick today.
Oh, okay. And then, so let's go right to our committees. So we have to start with our vote for land use.
So we have the two landmarks applications, 4112 47th Street and 4718 Skillman Avenue. They both are seeking to replace their chain link fence with a wrought iron fence. The land use committee voted unanimously to approve. So, wow, look at all those hands up. I guess, Mary, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, to approve them both as a slate, both of them in one shot.
I second that.
Do you want to approve them as 36 inches?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would suggest 30 inches though.
I think 36, but I'm not going to spend an hour over it after 11. Just because of the point you made about it, a little bit higher that it is, it's going to keep people from sitting on it. So
how about this? How about we have a motion to approve and defer to Landmarks Commission on the height?
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
I mean, because there are these issues of them matching other fences on their
That's
property.
right.
So I think
Yeah,
we
the only question I have, Lisa, is are we setting a precedent for those who don't have fences yet? Does this mean I can put a fence in that's 36 or 30 inches high if it's wrought iron? That's my biggest concern.
I think,
well, I mean, Steve, I mean, the point is really to have landmarks approve these at a staff level.
That I agree with. But is it just the replacements at staff levels or the new ones?
That's a good question, but
That's the same thing I would have. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Barbara.
Hi. That was the same question that Steve has. So can I put it on my property? I live in the gardens too. Can I put the same? Can I change my fences and to put it up to 36 inches?
I mean, all we've seen, we haven't seen any, as far as I recall, we haven't seen new fences. Most of them are replacements.
Yeah.
Well, may I suggest that we include that in the wording on the motion and the approval?
What do you want to include?
That we allow this, the replacement of the hurricane fence with a 36-inch wrought iron or 30-inch wrought iron, but replacements only. Because otherwise we could be opening it up to me, you, and everybody else.
I'm fine with that.
I agree.
Okay, great. So we're going to allow, the motion is to allow the replacement of the chain link fence with a wrought iron fence, height to be determined by landmarks.
But make sure you emphasize that when you pass this on, that we're talking about replacements only. Okay.
Got it.
So Steve, I have a question. So if you replace it, so let's say I want to replace mine. So does it go in the same way? Because I have a lot of difficulty with landmarks. So I know even with painting, the backyard. So, you know, it was very hard for me. So that's what I'm saying. If I mean, I'm for it to change it, but let's say every time is always going to be a replacement. So it has to go through this motion again.
No,
No,
it
has to go to landmarks. I mean, if there is no as of right replacements.
Correct.
But what we're trying, Badran, what we're trying to do is to make it simpler for you to deal with landmarks and for you not to have to, you know, because if it's at a staff level, you need to do less of a presentation and you don't have to come to the board, and that's the idea. And the board doesn't have to spend its time.
Okay.
The community board.
Okay, we're gonna vote now.
Another question?
Call the question, Steve. All in favor of calling the question? And I'm just gonna ask for people who are opposed to raise their hands.
I don't see any opposition. I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, so we'll say it's unanimous.
And just for the record, when folks are raise the hand in the reaction. Not your physical hand, because a lot of people are turned off.
Okay, so as I said, we're going to say it's unanimous. Thank you. At our land use committee meeting, we also heard from, there's a car dealership that's proposing, that's also going to be certified under ULURP on Northern Boulevard. So it was a little Spanish restaurant that's on a corner, I think it's 61st Street. And
58th.
What?
58th Street.
58th Street and Northern Boulevard. And they're seeking, they can't replace it because of the zoning. They can't replace it with another restaurant. So they're proposing to go through ULURP and have it be a car dealership. So that's going to get certified shortly. And it's going to come to this committee. So just be.
Can we suggest they do a 50-story building instead?
Yeah, right. No, it's a cute little car dealership. Anyway, and then there's 4540 Vernon Boulevard. You all heard the presentation tonight. We're going to be voting on this in June. We're going to upload all of the documents that we've received to the website, and we're going to ask them to come back to land use. We're not going to vote on this tonight because it's already 11 o'clock. So unless anybody has any comment or questions. I feel like if we do that, we can open up a rabbit hole for another hour. But unless you have something compelling that you have to say right now, please read the documents and come to land use if you want to learn more, and be prepared to vote in June.
Thank
And
you.
I think, yeah,
Thanks, Lisa.
thank you.
Transportation Committee.
Thank you, Maury, and hello, everyone. A few items tonight. We met on Tuesday, May 3rd. We received updates from the MTA regarding the ADA elevator at Court Square, so please go online to look at that. Of note, the elevator will not go continuously from street to different levels. They have to go differently because of the way the street is designed and the stuff in the street. MTA also responded to questions relative to the Queens bus redesign. Members of the committee asked for more outreach for person to person, specifically around homeless shelters, senior centers, and areas that may not have access to attend online virtual meetings. It was also noted in our committee that we had very low attendance at this meeting from CB2. So if you did not attend, please plan on attending one of the other sessions. You'll have an opportunity to see the full plan and provide feedback there as well. The 108th precinct participated. They received feedback on a number of issues and areas this month. Enforcement issues revolving around parking, derelict cars, failing to abide by traffic regulations such as one-ways, not only parking on streets, but now we moved into driving down streets. So this was all reported to the NYPD. Tonight, we had a full presentation to the board regarding the Wynwood Gardens, the 2 one-way conversions. This request was generated by the community more than a year ago. It's supported by the local community, supported by the city council member. We heard from the Wynwood Gardens Civic Association president. Wynwood Gardens Civic Association did a very good job of getting the word out about the changes, soliciting feedback, encouraging people to come tonight to provide their feedback. And now we're asking for a vote by the full board. We'll do it at the end. A reminder that we were going to do the Long Island City Protected Bike Lane Network presentation tonight and also vote, but that has been moved to June. So please go online and look at the Long Island City full presentation on the bike lanes. We will be receiving the presentation from DOT in June and voting on it. Also, by the end of this month, DOT reported that City Bikes will be sharing the final results of this long drawn out, where are the city bike things going? So that's going to be presented to us. It allegedly includes feedback from the community, and that's going to be the final plan. So we'll see it at the end of the month. My final comment before asking for the vote is we discussed at length the Ms. Zetto, who passed away as a result of trying to cross the street, the 89-year-old woman on 48th Street over on the Woodside Long Island City border. And a motion was made to have DOT study that area for traffic calming measures, and it was supported unanimously by the committee to have DOT conduct a study and include any and all traffic calming measures in that area. So now we come up to the Wynwood Gardens one-way conversions. Debbie, can we just ask for any opposition? Please let us know.
You have to make the motion.
You have to make a motion.
Gonna make a
Tom.
motion
First.
to I'm making a motion to ask the board to support the DOT's one-way conversions in the Wynwood Gardens section of Woodside.
Second thing.
Thank you.
Mary, you seconded?
I think that's what I said. I'm speaking in tongues, but I think that's what I
Thank
said.
you, Mary.
Anyone opposed? Thank you all. That's all I have today.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
You're gonna make the motion about the 48th Street request for a study?
Oh, thank you. Do we have to, Debbie? I didn't think we had to make a motion.
Request to study.
No, that came from the committee to,
So we could do that on our own, the committee.
yes.
Thank you.
All right. We already had our bylaws task force report, so I'll skip that and we'll go right to Health and Human Services.
Okay, so for our April meeting, we had as our guests parent coordinator Jeanette Dominguez, and then we also had the president of the Parent Association from the Children's Lab School, and then we also heard from community board member Clara Osa, who also works as a parent coordinator at the Children's Lab School. And we're talking about educational issues and concerns. So we learned what a parent coordinator does. They're basically a full-time Department of Education employee who works as a liaison between the schools and parents, and their responsibilities differ among the schools. With respect to the president of the Parent Association, she talked about, I mean, we were basically discussing needs and what it is that Community Board 2 could do to sort of to help them or whatnot. So the parent, Leticia Vasquez, the president of the Parent Association, talks about things that had basically come up during COVID in terms of issues with access to COVID testing centers and vaccination sites, the need for more supplies and food pantries, and the need for greater community engagement with immigrants and non-English speaking families, and communication about available resources. So a lot of ideas, several ideas were discussed as to how we can improve community engagement and the sharing of information and resources within the community board district, including sharing the creation of a guide of resources, which basically our committee is working on anyway as part of our stakeholders document. And then also tabling at fairs, farmers markets, creating a database of pamphlets of information, and basically sharing information with the parent coordinators, which they can then pass on to parents. And yeah, I think that's about, and then we also had a discussion about our mission statement and goals and stakeholders document. So our next committee meeting is actually this coming Monday at 5 p.m. We've invited Shay No from the New York City Department of Health to come and speak and provide some updates, and then we'll continue with our discussion about our mission statement and goals and stakeholders document. So all are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. All right, Steve, you're up, City Services.
Oh, can I say something about Health and Human Services? There was a comment today about the SCA is saying that they're not going to build the school. I think that we should invite the SCA to come to our board meeting and talk about what are their reasons for not declining to build the school at this time.
Lisa,
Calling to build a school where?
Are you saying to the full board, Lisa, or to the?
Well, they can come to the committee if that would be okay with you, Lauren.
Yeah, no, that would be
have
fine.
the SCA come and talk about, you know, they need not just one school, but they need at least 2 schools. And saying that they can't build a school right now is just unconscionable.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay.
Yeah, very briefly, there's nothing tremendously that you can read in the minutes, other than we have a new vice chairman, Daniel Brecker, and Danielle is vice chairman. I'm not sure exactly what that means with City Services, but congratulations, Danielle, and we'll see you all next month.
I'm just gonna, Danielle went to the, I forgot what it was. Yeah,
Precinct Council.
yeah, so can we have her give a little report?
I'll go ahead. So it was about a week ago, it was last week. There were about 75 people there. There was good representation from all of Long Island City, which was great. I found the precinct captain and all the officers to be really forthright, open, and willing to listen and work with the community to find solutions. They promised to look into several things. There's a real need for data and to see like where the crime is happening, what's happening exactly. But in my view, the overarching problem is that the community has grown faster than the precinct has. So there's just not enough officers, frankly, to keep up with what's happening in Long Island City. There are basically 3 types of concerns. Traffic safety is a big one. Quality of life they call it quality of life crimes, but I think it's just quality of life, meaning trash, crowds of people, etc. And then there is violent crime. So, a few people talked about not feeling safe and had real legitimate reasons why they didn't feel safe. But most of the topics were about traffic and quality of life issues. There's a lot of confusion within the community about when to call 911 and 311. People don't know what the difference is. Frankly, I'm not sure I did until this meeting, but it might be something that the community board can help people understand. Very specifically regarding the food trucks in Long Island City, there will be a meeting in the coming weeks, unclear when, that will include Department of Transportation, the police, the fire department, and the health department to talk about the issues with the food trucks. And part of the reason that there's issues with the food trucks is that all of those departments have a role to play, and I don't think there's been one meeting with all of them together. I did speak briefly to invite everybody to come to the community board to come to our meetings, but also to call the office if they have issues. That is another way to, say what's going on in the community. For the community board, I think our best course of action is to continue to facilitate a community conversation with the precinct and to advocate for more resources for the precinct, because that seems to be the core issue. Thanks.
Thanks, Danielle. So I guess Steve and Danielle, you can follow up maybe with the 108 community to make sure.
Yeah, the 108 used to report to our board meetings every month practically. If they used to have somebody here. We will try to revive some of that conversation.
Thank you. All right. Anybody for arts and culture? Kenny, are you here?
Before we move on there,
What?
I think also if there could be some better PR for 311. I think the reason people want to call 911 is they think they get a more immediate response. I think people really do think that 311 falls into some abyss that nobody really ever follows up on. And as community members, I think we all try to advocate for 311 and say, give us the case number and we'll give it to Debbie and there'll be follow-up. But I feel sometimes if we're not following up, the perception is it really does fall on deaf ears. And I think that is either communication or an education to the community that they really are following up. And if they're not, then that has to be fixed.
Yeah, that definitely came up. And the thing with 911, there are some issues sometimes that are out of the precinct's control. So that's another, issue that I'm not sure how we solve, but we can probably be vocal about it.
Molly, you reminded me of maybe something I could help with. At least as as far as the education goes, as the NYC Open Data Ambassador, a lot of that stuff is based on 301 data. So maybe there's an opportunity to do one of the open data training sessions and communicate to the public, to our district and neighbors, just how much is built on 301 and how it's not a waste of time, because 301 data empowers a lot of stuff that a lot of agencies and folks deal with. So yeah, I may pursue that further.
Thanks. Now Kenny.
Okay, I guess Karija's not here. It's all pretty much in the minutes. We met with Ejo Wheeler from the Culture Lab, and specifically they were talking about a new program they're working with TFC, TF Cornerstone, where they're doing a sculpture park between two of the buildings that are on the north portion of Hunters Point South. There was an open call for sculptors, but I'm not sure what the status of that is, because they were not getting proposals that were very outdated. So that's something that they're looking for. And we let's see, we also met with the new executive director of Sunnyside Shines bid. And he's raring to go with a whole bunch of different programs and bringing back various programs that did exist in the past. So again, all of that's in the minutes. And then we met also the new manager of programming at the Hunters Point Parks Conservancy. She's been there since October. And again, it was all about, kind of ramping up after COVID and kind of regaining normalcy with the various programs. So there's a pretty good summary in the minutes of all of these 3 meetings. That's it. Oh, and the next meeting will be this Tuesday.
Thank you. Frank, are you still here?
Hey, Maury. Yeah, I'll be super brief. So we had Gil Lopez come and present what he testified on, which is just actors illegally going to city-owned land, doing some bad stuff. Now those actors are trying to get an actual legal permit from DOT to still operate there. So he actually asked for a letter of support from the community board to ask DOT not to give those permits and to explore potentially other community options like a boathouse, composting use. There's a whole bunch of different things, which we'll draft a letter and share out. And then the other thing we discussed was the HPD RFP letter. We talked about the open space possibility of that, and the letter drafted that, right, and shared it out. So, and that's all I have.
Thanks, Frank. When's your next meeting?
It's in June. It's in last Thursday in May. And I think we'll probably have Smiling Hog's Head present. It's a community garden on an abandoned railroad track in LIC, or we may have an updated presentation from Queens College about the air quality and community board too. Queens College actually does additional air quality testing beyond what's mandated by the state and federal, which we've talked about before. Our district is actually pretty bad, but we're trying to get data if COVID changed that. So because it's been about a year now. So yep.
Can I ask, Frank, when it comes to the 2 properties in question and the attempts to turn them from illegal squatting into some kind of a legal sublease, wouldn't it be, is that something, instead of coming to transportation, is there any way to do a brief presentation, have a full board letter? But I feel like the full board would need to know about it, because I think that's a stronger letter, presuming people would vote for it, because they may not. But do you know what I'm saying, as opposed to a committee letter?
Yeah. I'm more, if you can fit in the agenda. It was pretty. Gil has a great PowerPoint presentation. There's trucks. They had a Hummer
I've seen
that
it.
they got
It's
rid of.
pretty
Yeah.
horrible.
So it just depends on the June agenda meeting.
Right.
But I know with DOT, like Sheila, we
Yeah.
took DOT over a year to get the agreement for the Court Square ramps. So I don't think DOT is gonna be
Move very
giving
quickly.
them permits anytime soon. You know what I mean? Unless their lawyers get paid a lot of money. I don't know, but
Right.
yeah, hopefully we can get the letter out sooner than later. So yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Last but not least, the tech committee.
Thanks, Mario. I'll try to be quick too. So we had a guest speaker, Jason Clark, the executive director of Tech NYC, and they're a technology nonprofit, a membership-based nonprofit with a lot of startups and tech companies that's very active in our district. They've done a lot in LIC, and Jason Clark, the executive director, is also from Queens. So it was a good discussion. We'll try to partner with them whenever possible and exchange ideas and all that good stuff. Otherwise, newsletter soon, and work continues on the website. But within the committee, based on our mission statement, we're discussing some bigger community-facing ideas and initiatives, and we'll try to get another guest for our May 24th meeting, which is the last Tuesday of every month. Well, this month we have 5 Tuesdays, so 4th Tuesday of this month. So look out for that invite and join us.
Okay, thank you so much, Anatole. I just want to
Does Kat have a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, I just have a quick question / comment. It's okay. So I would love it if Anatole, any technology groups or nonprofits that you're working with, if you could send me the contact information if they work in our district, so that we can I can seek letters for the budget priorities. And then also anybody who is the head of a committee, if you could just also share with me your constituents, that would be really helpful, because I'm going to actively reach out and see and like ask people what their priorities are, so that we can have a bigger, a more comprehensive sort of community input for the budget priorities. And I'm starting early so that we can like get this done, but please just drop me a line, and I'll put my email in the chat. But I would love to, I have a template letter for folks that the nonprofits can fill out, so that we can get their needs in. So that's all. Thank you.
That's great.
Thank you, Kat. So before we go, I just want to say a special call out that Senator Generis's rep, Mercedes, is still on the call and active. So I want to thank her for being a trooper and a great representative for us to the senator. So thanks for hanging in there. And I think Representative Maloney is here too still. So thank you for that as well. Wow, my back is killing me. I'm exhausted and I'm jet lagged. So can we have a motion?
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Thank you all.
Bye. Good night.
Happy Mother's Day. Happy Asian Pacific Heritage Month.